Dad was coming home with the funny pages. I was going, Garfield, Garfield, that's my guy. So,
Okay.
you know.
You weren't
Tell me
reading
the
like
stories of the
Mouse
cat.
and that kind of stuff at that age.
Oh, absolutely not. No, it was like the funny papers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, no, yeah.
It's time for Gavin Doodle.
Hey, everybody. It's a Thursday night. It is 8 o'clock, which means it is time for Gavin Doodle. Tonight we have on special superstar Gale Galligan. They are well, superstar sums up so much of it, but they're a graphic novel artist specifically in sort of the kidlit range, I don't know, maybe on the upper end of the kidlit range, but they have done a ton of work with the Babysitters Club books, and done a bunch of those, and we'll talk about that a little bit too. And then they also have a couple of self-titled. No, that doesn't make any sense. That's music. They have books that are not based off of a series that's pre-existing, but things like Fresh Start and Freestyle. And again, Gale's work is amazing. I do not understand how people do graphic novels, and I'm going to try to delve into that with some questions today. But Gale, as I mentioned in the ad, is a bundle of energy, and so I'm looking forward to talking to them. Tonight I'm going to be doing this little sketch that I have here, which is essentially, if anybody knows about our cats try to eat human food all the time, and so I'm doing a piece about a kid who's trying to fend off cats and get them to eat their own food. It'll make sense when we get going. Let me switch the camera to myself and get us started. Excuse me. It is spicy hot here. And so I don't know if you can, I'm wiping sweat from my brow already. And the questions haven't even started yet. So let me get Ask Us Anything in here. If I spell it correctly. Ask Us Anything. And I will pin that. And there we go. And then I'm going to let Gale in. I think I have to tilt it up when it goes to two people on screen. So give it a second here. There we are.
Yay, hi.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How you doing? Please excuse my Post-it wall.
I know. I was just going to ask about that. I assume that's a book coming up, right?
Yeah. Pretty much. I wrote an outline, made a Post-it wall, drew all of the thumbs, read the thumbs, said, "Oh no, we gotta figure this out," and the Post-it wall came back up. Stories are.
Is that your normal process with the Post-its?
Yeah. I learned it from my husband, who's an archivist. And one way that they plan things out is to a Post-it wall. I thought that was so fun, but it really helps for comics because you're just moving around trying to like see them. Yeah. And
is it
like for the brain? Yeah.
Is each? I haven't even introduced you officially here yet, but is each Post-it a page, or is each Post-it sort of a plot point, or is it a panel? Or
yeah. For me, most of those Post-its are a scene, like a moment. The blue ones on top are chapters, and then there are some that are telling me what day it is as well. So I'm just like keeping track of everything.
Okay, gotcha. Well, first of all, thank you for joining us. We've met multiple times before at a graphic novel fest in Massachusetts, but you're in New York, is that right?
I am. I'm in Pearl River, New York. So it is a train ride outside of New York City. If you visualize the United States, if you step outside, you end up in New Jersey. That's the part of New York I'm in.
Okay.
Yeah. So like close-ish to Hudson River. We have a tree. It's nice. I don't know.
Did you say you have a tree or a train?
A tree. Also a train. Love public transit.
So
how are you? I heard you're toasty.
I'm doing good. I don't know if it's the same down there, but it's been like 90 degrees every day, and I am not a hot weather person. I like 60 to 70. So, this is rough.
But I love hot weather, but I want to be like sunbathing when it is hot. Part, no.
We turned on the AC late in the day, and I came down. My studio's in a basement, and so like a finished basement, and I'm like, oh, it's gonna be nice and cool down there, and it was for like a few minutes when I came out of the heat on the first floor, but now it's starting to get hotter and hotter because of the lights and all that kind of stuff. And so by the end, I don't know if I'll go back to camera on my face because it'll be just dripping at the end. It'll be gross. Anyways, we are huge fans of yours in the household. My wife and I have seen you perform on stage multiple times at the Graphic Novel Festival, and as I said, you are a light, a beacon of happiness. I know that's, you probably don't, I don't know how many people say that, but just like, there's a lot of grumpy artists out there in the world, and you always were so cheerful, and I appreciate that, and I'm sure the kids that read the books appreciate that too. But tonight we're going to be chatting. I'm going to give you the spiel that I give at the top. I don't know if you've seen any of these, but basically, we're going to work, we're going to chat, the conversation can go wherever. I'm an open book. It's meant to be a conversation. It's meant to be casual. I want to be respectful of your time. So if at any point you go, I got to go, I don't know if you're a late night person or not, but feel free to just interrupt me and just go, I'm out of here. Bye. And I will accept that.
Thank you. Yeah, I have almost 6-year-old. So my energy is, we'll become a pumpkin in a few hours.
Yeah.
But
there you go.
I do love to party.
Yeah, party until you can't party anymore. And then what I need from you, and this is my wife sort of documents this upstairs. I think you've met my wife maybe in a brief instance, but she keeps track of what people use to make their work on this and what they are making. And so you could inform us of what are you making and what are you making it with?
That is a great question. I figured I would start by getting comfortable and warming up. And so for that part, I'm just going to be playing around a little bit. I have, a while back, I picked up a really fun, like, bullet-shaped nib.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a kakimori, I believe it's called.
Yep.
But it holds a bunch of ink in these little rivets. And if you hold it up, it makes a tiny line. If you make it sideways, it makes a really big line. So they're super fun to like get loose with.
Is that what you normally use for the books, or is that?
Absolutely not.
Yeah. Okay.
No. And then I'll shift into, for the books, lately I've been working digitally on account of, did I mention the almost 6-year-old? But when I was working on babysitters, and what I love to do, I was inking traditionally. So I was using black ink, as well as beep, 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 beep. I know you're in here somewhere. I'll pull it out when it's time, but a G nib, so like a dip pen.
Yep.
And a reasonable amount of whiteout. But usually my go-tos were the G pen and then a brush to fill in larger dark areas.
Excuse me, the G pen, I'm trying to think of what that, what's the shape on that? I'm so used to that. I think it's like a 512 was the one that I used to always use, which was probably the most common one. But
yeah, the G pen is pretty common among manga artists, but it is the kind of like round outside that comes down to a point. It's very flexy.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I know the ones you're talking about.
Yeah.
There's all those like people in class when I would teach inking, they'd come in with all these different nibs, and I'm like, some of them would be the stiffest nibs in the world and would not give any flexibility. So, and then so tonight you're just gonna goof. Primarily, though. Yeah,
we're going to start with goofing, and then we're going to move on to, I pre-sketched some things that I'm going to try to refine and decide whether or not I love or hate them. Maybe we'll get that. Let's find out.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why don't we switch to our down shoots, and I will start asking some questions, and we'll go.
Yeah.
To the down shoot, which is unheard of.
Yeah, you got this.
So tell me, just to get us rolling, what I need to know from you is to hear a little bit about sort of childhood. And obviously, you've been asked the question probably a lot of times from people like, when did you like art? When did that kind of stuff happen? But I want to hear a little bit more about sort of you as a kid in general. Like, I know that you grew up overseas for a bit, if I remember correctly.
I did, and you're right. Yeah, yeah, I am. Let's see. So, yes, I was born in the late 80s.
Okay.
Yeah, and let's see. So the question was tell you about me as a kid.
Yeah, like what kind of were you a I mean obviously art is probably a go-to for you and I get almost everybody that's on here I imagine art is their sort of bread and butter, but were you a weird kid? Were you a a quiet kid? What kind of personality were we talking in those years?
Yeah, I was a goofy kid. I remember having a lot of silly energy. I was really curious. I loved to read. I loved word books. I also loved you'll never believe it, comics.
Wait,
um,
at what age were you doing comics though? Like what?
yeah, I was a pretty early reader, so probably around like 4 to 5 ish. Like dad was coming home with the funny pages. I was going, Garfield, Garfield, that's my guy. So,
Okay.
you know.
Okay. You weren't
Tell me
reading
what
like
stories you've
Mouse
had.
and that kind of stuff at that age. You were.
Oh, absolutely not. No. It was like the funny
Yeah,
papers.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna say yes, this is a non-repro blue. What who are you, a Siddler probably? Yeah, like I pulled this out of a drawer.
It's a drawer full of various pencils and wait, that's a non-reproduction blue?
Yeah, non-photo blue. Yeah,
Yeah, that seems darker than what I'm used to those being, but I haven't
yeah.
used one in umpteen years, and I know they have like purple ones and red ones.
Ooh, yeah. I
All
think the
over.
cola race ones I remember being very hard and very light, but
Yeah.
I have a heavy hand and also like get anxious if I can't see a line.
Oh, gotcha. Um, so going back here real quick, the so that idea of like you were a voracious reader, I'm assuming when you were young, and
Hmm.
comics, but um, when sort of age wise did you shift into maybe I want to say longer form interests. So like going from funny pages to uh, you know comics or graphic novels or what the I still don't understand the comics with an X uh, that era. I don't know if that's still a thing. But when did that shift from like reading
Ooh.
Family Circle to to reading fun stuff?
Yeah, so that's a good question. I remember like I was very much a like scholastic book fair kid, and my energy was Animorphs based.
Okay.
Um, like my dad especially was a huge reader when I was growing up. Like my long name, which I won't share, is inspired by a character from Lord of the Rings. So like that's kind of what energy I came into this life with.
Wait, when
So like
I don't need to hear the long name, but when you say long name, like your given name
yeah, yeah,
at
like
that
my
time.
full
Okay,
name.
gotcha,
Yeah,
gotcha.
yeah. So like I got into fantasy and sci-fi pretty quick.
Okay.
Yeah, so it was like Animorphs. I remember being obsessed with the Chrestomanci Quartet by Diana Wynne Jones, who also wrote Howl's Moving Castle, if you've ever seen
Mm.
that movie.
Yep.
Um, and so like I loved like stories that were what ifs, stories about young people going on adventures. And for comics, like what I had access to, I remember it was like very much like Archie, funny pages until Sailor Moon happened.
Okay. Okay.
So right now I'm just kind of like doodling along, remembering what lines look like. This is like a very pretty version of some character.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
you were
sad.
what's that called? Magic Girls? The
Yeah,
like
yeah, like magical girls, yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Because you mentioned that I moved around a bit. And so like when I was in Thailand, I got to watch anime that hadn't quite hit the States yet. I got to watch stuff that was more popular in Japan. And so when we moved to Germany, and Sailor Moon was starting to become more broadly accessible internationally, I was ready. I bought the manga like in German, thinking I will learn this language through the magic of comics. It didn't work out, but I love to look at that. So when it was time for middle school and we moved back to the States, I was ready. I was primed for the growth of manga and anime in the United States. This was the
Yeah.
early 2000s.
Were you seen as like, the expert at that point for like all the kids? Like, oh, Gale's got the good stuff. Gale's got the original source
Man,
material, or was it?
um, that's a good question. The first memory that came to me was not like access to books related. It was I had a friend who also loved to draw, because at that point I was drawing, like a lot
Yeah.
of stuff inspired by what I was watching and reading. And at the end of the year, they gave out these awards, right? Just like, like most likely to blah blah blah.
Yep.
And this friend of mine got best at anime, and I was so bitter. It's like, you dare? So no, we all like the group of people I found were all very like very dweeby in our own right.
Now wait a second. They got best anime, but was the term used properly in that case, or were they best at manga?
Exactly. No, they were best at drawing anime. I'm just like,
Yeah.
so
Yeah.
first of all, like, how dare you? You're wrong. Secondly, you're
Yeah.
wrong. Like I was very much like, I'm pushing up my glasses kind of kid.
Yeah. You have your portfolio on the side, just scoffing the whole time.
Yeah. All right. So we've got some marks. We're loose. This is exciting. Mm-hmm.
It's funny to hear, like, I look back and, age wise I'm older than you, and so like my experience with the introduction of anime and manga, I didn't even know at the time that there was a difference, or that there was like, I watched Voltron back in the day, and some of the early like Japanese imports, but there was no term that was thrown around, or at least I was at an age where I didn't know what that meant, and so to me that was just cartoons. And then all of a sudden it had this terminology applied to it later that I'm like, oh, that was the type of cartoons, or that was for the source material for something that, like, looking, I'm trying to think of like the equivalent of Speed Racer, and some of the early shows were not American produced in a lot of cases, and so, or it was an American company but produced overseas, and so there was an aesthetic that I didn't know that was applied to certain things until that term, manga or anime, sort of popped up on the scene.
Yeah, no, for sure. Like, I definitely had that experience too, where it was like, you just kind of assume like Pokemon sprang to life, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, one of them cartoons. And I was definitely the same way. But timing wise, it just happened that we started to like learn more about that origin and vocabulary.
With when you moved back, or when you moved to the States after that, was that was that challenging in the sense of, I'm gonna throw this terminology around, but sometimes being an artist means being the weird kid, or being an outsider of sorts. Coming to the States at some point, was that like, did the knowing the impetus of anime and manga that came with you, did that at least subside some of that, wariness of, who am I to these kids? Who am I?
That's a fun one.
Did it give you clout, basically, is what the question is.
How do I put this? Short answer, nah. But it did help me find like a way to connect with people.
Okay.
Like for me, moving around, it was a very exciting thing. Like I was a goofy kid. I also, like, towards my tweens, became very self-conscious. Like, I'm gonna like do something wild, make a mistake, and then realize it's happened and want to run away. We get to leave the country. That's fantastic. So
run away is a little further than the rest of the crowd there. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. So when we moved to the States, that was the first time I was told, hey, we're actually staying here like forever. Good luck to you. So for me, like, still having drawing, still having the things I loved, and then finding people to share that with, that was my way to find home.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, like I was a mixed kid, a Asian white kid, in the early 2000s in Northern Virginia. And I had been overseas for so long, like very used to knowing people from all different kinds of origins, that it was really the first time I found myself being observed as a different person, being asked questions like, like, where are you from? Where are you from? I cannot believe that like you are like I don't understand what kind of person you are. And so it
Yeah.
was my first time like thinking about myself in that othering sort of way.
How much do you think that shows up in the work that you do now? Like, I mean, with obviously there's plots and things that show up in the graphic novels and sequential work that you do, but is that something that inherently you inject in, or is that something that is, you know, you avoid it? Where does that play into like your personal uh, upbringing and thinking about how you approach comics for an age group that's essentially that same age group that you're talking about?
Yeah, I think that like I feel like there are a few really fun questions in here. So I'll
Yeah,
start with
answer it how you fit.
yeah, it's like you're getting to the meat. This is
Oh,
delicious.
this is. I don't know if if you haven't watched this before, sometimes this can turn into like weird therapy sessions
Let's
where I don't
go.
intentionally do that, but I get into these like deep philosophical, like, what is the meaning of art in your life? And so
Yum.
we're there already.
Yes. Yeah, for me, like I think that like that mindset and those experiences were maybe one of the reasons I was drawn to the stories I was, were like my favorite anime of all time is named Yu-Gi-Oh! It is about a boy who gets a magic ancient puzzle necklace with a spirit inside so he can swap with the spirit and play card games to save the world from evil. So like there was this like alternate identity like for a child who was looking for friends,
Yeah. Yeah.
or Sailor Moon, alternate identities to save the world with the power of friendship, like occupying multiple spaces. Like basically, I love superhero stories, is what I'm saying.
So was it
Mhm.
so sort of like an escapism? Like you can jump into the story of that and relate it to your life
Yeah,
relative.
yeah. Like I
Yeah.
don't think I was consciously doing that at the time, but it was something that resonated with me very deeply. And so when I started telling stories of my own, like those elements absolutely were there. And I also found myself very drawn to big moments, big transitions, big feelings. First of all, they're fun to draw. Like my favorite thing in the world is like a humongous feeling that I get to figure out how to show, right? Like the sparkly eyes, the big dramatic poses. It is the absolute best. But also, like everything feels so big when you're a kid because you're figuring it all out, right? And finding ways to show that through drawings is really satisfying for me. And that's kind of why I found myself with this age group. Like there are a lot of opportunities to play in that space.
Tell me, remind me, because I mean, this is one of those things where like I live in the world primarily of picture books. I mean, I do read stuff outside of that, but with something like Babysitter's Club or something like Fresh Start or Freestyle, etc., what is the exact age range that they document that as, and what do you think it is?
Yeah. So the age range that I professionally exist within is around ages 8 to 12. This is middle grade.
Yeah,
I've definitely talked to kids who are much younger who read my books, as well as people much older. But that's the general like marketing vibe.
yeah. What's the oldest that you've talked to?
Ooh, that's a fun one.
Besides agent, besides editor.
Yeah, like
Before we
besides
go there.
parent, I
Yeah.
think like some people like around like our age where it's like, hey man, I just like comics. I picked this up. It's fun. But the one that's most interesting to me, I think, is the kind of just getting out of college kids who are like, I don't know why this just resonated with me. Like something about your style, like really called to me. And that is fascinating just because like we're just far enough apart from each other.
Yeah.
But they're still like figuring something out.
I wondered if it would be like the new parent, like, or not new parent, but like parents that would play into that too, like the parents that grew up with the Babysitters Club books,
Oh,
and
absolutely.
like found you through that. I know you were at the last festival, right? This last spring.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
think I didn't get a chance to get on that side of the table, honestly, uh, or tables rather. But is the equivalent of Judd being there, and I was for those who don't know, Judd Winnick,
Hmm.
who is from Real World back in the day, and it was funny, like all these kids know him for his books, but all the parents are like, "Oh, that's the guy from Real World," and it's like, even I went up to him and I bought some stuff, but the stuff that we bought was the story of him and Pedro from Real World, not the comics for or the graphic novel for kids. And so like that, I imagine that there's got to be a little bit of that with the Babysitters Club, in a sense of like, oh, I grew up with these, I got to check these out again. Uh,
Absolutely, yeah. Like one of my favorite memories from the Babysitters Club was actually I got to do a signing with both Raina and the original author Anne M. Martin.
mm,
And so, like, we were sitting next to each other, and I got to see, like, people my age or a bit older walking up to Anne going, like, you changed my life. I love you so much. Oh my goodness.
yeah.
Like, and you mean so much to me. And then, like, 8-year-olds walking up to me, like, I like your comics. They're all right. I'm like, yes! Like that, like, generational connection is so beautiful. Like, I'm so happy to have been a part of that. But also,
Sorry.
there is an additional factor here. The number of people who found me through my Garfield fan comics and then
Yeah, yeah.
followed me
Yeah.
through. Yeah, yeah. Where it's like every now and then, I'll just get someone going like, I found this comic you did about John Arbuckle, and I figured I'm gonna read your middle grade book now, and I think that's wonderful. Thank you.
I mean, it's again, it goes back. That's almost like linking back to the was it Scholastic Kid book uh, vibe. Like everybody had those Garfield books, or
Yes.
Tom's, or I'm trying to think of the other ones that were like Far Side.
Oh,
Those
I love the Far Side so much.
were
Yeah.
the go-to. You get those big like anthology of collections. Um, is with now that you said 6 years old, your kid?
Almost in November, so I'm just like I'm
Okay.
trying out that
Yeah,
number. Like, but we're five, right?
yeah, yeah. Close, close. Wait, so school starting in did they start kindergarten this year?
Oh man, so he actually is 2 weeks away from being done with kindergarten.
Oh, okay, okay. So you
My
already
spirit. We just bubbled up, which apparently is a thing.
wait. What's that mean?
I guess they do like, or at least our elementary school does a ceremony for the outgoing kindergartners.
Oh,
Where like the fourth graders blow bubbles at the kindergartners as they walk across like the blacktop. It's very cute.
that's okay. That makes I didn't the bubble up just threw me for a term. I just didn't have any clue what that meant, but I get it now. With
I know I had not either. I learned so much every single day.
that's pretty cute though. The term bubble up.
Bubble
Uh,
up. Like where was this for me? Gosh.
the but that now that you have a kid that's sort of in that age range, I imagine you're also going through some of these like some of the reconnection for you in the sense of subject wise of emotions and challenges for kids are being reintroduced in a different format, maybe.
Absolutely. Yeah, yeah. I think like honestly both yes, kid feelings. Although right now I think it's making me consider adult characters in a more dimensional way.
But how
Which is fun. Where
yeah,
it's like, oh, do parents have feelings? That's nice.
now that you're on the other side of the the
I
curtain there
know. It's like I'm watching a goofy movie, like, oh no, just like Cast in the Cradle, like fully sobbing. It's fine. We're
I,
fine.
I don't think I've ever seen a Goofy movie. I
Do
know
I have a recommendation for you?
there's a couple of movies that are of like the slightly younger generation that I never watched. That Space Jam, the original Space Jam. Like I think I was in that age range where I was like, oh, that's for kids, and I'm more mature than that. I'm
Oh, it's
sure they're
like
lovely
you're
movies.
self-aware. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it was probably like when I was in. I mean, when did those movies come out? When did Goofy movie come out? Like 90s?
Yeah, yeah, like mid to late 90s. It was like Disney's Paris studio.
Okay, yeah, I was
Yeah,
probably like
yeah.
starting college at that point, and so I had to
Valid.
and I was smart for a minute, and I didn't get out to see those.
You
See those.
had grown concerns. I
Yeah,
understand.
yeah. I should go back and watch it because I know that everybody loves a Goofy movie,
Yeah,
and it's on Disney Plus. I'm sure of it.
Right, with a documentary and everything. One of the finest films of all time. Of all time.
What's okay? So walk me through what is special. Like, sell me on the points of a Goofy movie. Like, if I'm here, I'm like, you know what? I really want to watch Reservoir Dogs. Watch, something that's really adult, and you have to convince me right now. Play lawyer for a second.
Absolutely.
Why am I watching a Goofy movie?
All right. So you know how Goofy has a son?
Mm-hmm. Heard of him?
Well, yeah. Rumor has it. In this movie, his son is in high school. It's summer break, and Max really wants to go to a concert. However, Goofy is worried about his bond with his son. He wants to make sure that they enjoy father-son time because he loves his baby boy so much and is scared of seeing him grow up and push him away.
Okay.
This is his moment to really connect with his child. So he pulls out an old map of a road trip he took when he was a kid, and he says, "We're gonna do this." And then Max changes the map to try to go to this fucking concert. So it starts off as like a really funny, chill road trip movie of just like the tension between a really grumpy teen and his well-meaning, loving dad who is an idiot, and turns into this really heartfelt story about two people struggling to connect.
Gotcha.
And it is like one of the most like just heart-wrenching father-son road trip stories, period, I have ever seen.
That's why you mentioned Cat's Cradle. Okay, see, I didn't know any of that. I thought it was just like, hey, here's a standard sort of like Disney afternoon setup. Like, I don't watch that.
Like, it definitely does silly things, I will not lie, but It's very sweet.
Okay. And has your son seen it yet?
No. He has seen, my child has seen, I want to say 3 or 4 movies in his life.
Okay.
Toy Story, Finding Nemo, Casper, and Sheep Detectives.
What's Sheep Detectives? I don't know that one.
So it actually just came out, and you're not alone.
Hugh Jackman movie.
Yes, the Hugh Jackman movie. It is a treat. Thank you for listening to my movie, Rex.
Yeah. When you say a treat, does it, how much sarcasm is in that?
Oh, it's fully sincere. I wept.
Did you really?
I did. Oh my God. It's a movie about Hugh Jackman being a shepherd who loves his sheep very much, and every night he goes out on the field and reads his murder mysteries to them, and they're like super invested, and then he gets murdered and they have to solve his mystery.
Okay.
But like they loved him so much. I'm just like, oh my God. It's funny, and also I cried. It's fine. I cried about sheep. It's fine.
I was doing a event at high school at one point here this last spring, and they asked me to be a speaker, like give a keynote speech. And I got up there, and I am someone who does not like pre-planning a speech. It's just antithetical to what I do. It sounds too canned. Like there's all sorts of reasons why I avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
And I got up there, and at some point, and I don't know how I transitioned to it, but I talked about how one of the only movies I ever cried at was the movie Cocoon.
Ooh, I haven't seen that.
Oh, now you're in for a treat.
Yes. Come here,
Wilford Brimley and what's his name? Steve Gutenberg.
Okay, okay.
You know the plot?
I do not.
Oh, okay. It's so like a Goofy movie. No, it's not. It's this boat finds these weird egg-shaped rocks under the ocean, and
Uh-huh.
they put them in a pool that's in this like closed down swimming facility, and these old guys who are in a senior living go and sneak into it to just swim on their own when no one's looking. And little did they know that they started acting more young.
Oh.
And, like, they had their energy back, etc. And then it ends up that they are aliens inside those. Those are cocoons. And they're stealing the life force of the aliens.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And
I did not expect that.
it has a sad ending, and it has to do with like grandparents, and it got me good when I watched like I saw it when I was little, but then again when I was older, just thinking about like grandparents and their livelihood and their longevity, let's put it that way.
Absolutely.
It'll make you cry. It's a dumb movie, but it'll make you cry in the end.
I love that though. Like, do you like to cry in movies?
No.
Ooh.
See, again, the only other one I can think of that made me cry was Finding Neverland.
Fair.
Both my wife and I were like bawling at the end of that one.
I mean, like the music also goes a long way, not gonna lie.
Yeah. I don't remember it all that much. I just remember that it made me cry. And at some point we should watch it again, but in some sense, I avoid movies that I know have that temptation, or that have that potential. Let's put it that way. Not the temptation.
Yeah. I don't mind. I look at the comments. I don't mind spoilers. By the way, it's about the journey.
Oh, did my wife say something about spoilers?
Yeah.
Yeah. There she is.
Hey.
Anybody, if someone has not seen Cocoon yet.
Oh yeah. What decade is that?
that was from like the 1980s. It was probably mid 80s is my guess, somewhere in that
Valid. Although I will say, like, I did not know how Charlotte's Web ended until this year, so it is what it is.
Hey, I just found out last night. Was it last night or the day before? My wife informed me of the difference between Miss and Mrs.
Ooh.
And I didn't know the difference. But there is
so funny.
Like the .ms versus, or not .ms versus Mrs. I don't even know. It was one of those ones where like I'm almost 50 and I'm learning that information now.
Honestly, fair. It's like,
Miz.
when are you going to be like, oh, the Miz? Yeah.
That's what it is. Yeah. You know the difference between Miss and Mrs. Yes, I know the difference between Miss and Mrs. So Ms. and Miss. But I also, to be fair, my wife should know this. I have a hard time with vowels.
Oh, really?
That might be part of it too. That hearing that Ms. and Miss is hard to pronounce for me.
Okay.
I see. We got someone talking about who cried at the end of Click. That's Mike Petrick. I don't know if you know Mike Petrick. He's a children's book illustrator.
Hey.
But, yeah, Click. I don't know if a Adam Sandler movie is going to make me cry. Actually, no.
Did I?
What was the Jules movie?
Uncut Gems?
Yeah, that one. I don't know if I cried, but that was emotional. I'll tell you. It
haunted me. Did you see the ping pong one?
The ping pong one?
Oh my gosh. Marty Supreme.
Oh, with
Timothy Chalamet.
Yeah, no, I know of it, but I've never seen it. That one's
not a crying movie.
Oh, okay.
But similar energy to Uncut Gems, I would say.
That's just like the tenseness of that whole thing.
It's like, I think I liked it. I would not watch it again.
Yeah.
It's so stressful.
For anybody who's ever seen, have you seen Inglourious Bastards?
Oh, it's been a minute.
But where, what's his face? Christoph, whatever his name is. Where he's in a cabin at the beginning and the people are underneath it. And it's just this slow build and you're just like, emotionally taxing.
Yes.
I like how we started out talking about like kid stuff, and now we're talking about this kind of.
I
Uh,
know. It's after hours.
yeah, yeah, exactly.
Oh,
Um,
no. All right,
okay, so
kids. Yes.
I'm gonna go back to the kid stuff. Let's chat for a second about sort of let's talk about art form in particular. Like
Yes.
graphic novels is something that has always perplexed me, and the reason why it
Ooh.
perplexes me is just the complexity of all that's involved, how to approach it. You know, hearing about the sticky notes that you have there in the background, um, you know, makes a lot of sense, and probably outside of even graphic novels, that probably makes a ton of sense to
Mm-hmm.
of like story mapping through that, through sort of a visual form, especially with like different colored post-it notes. But um, with your experience at this point and your skill in the world of uh, sequential art, what, like, if someone were to jump into something like this, are
Mm-hmm.
there skills or things in particular that are inherently needed in order to keep your mind straight?
Ooh.
You know, like, so you don't get frustrated or you don't lose your way or what have you.
Yeah, I think comics really are, at the end of the day, it's a mind game. Like, it is knowing yourself, and it is understanding what works for you, as well as being able to continue on a long journey. Like, comics can be like a few pages. You can make a one-page mini comic. That is wonderful, and it is honestly a place I would recommend starting.
Yeah.
Because like a big graphic novel is so much. It's so intimidating, right? A lot of comics is, how do I put this? It's iterative. You start by coming up with a story idea, right? Like saying like, I'm going to write down what my story is going to be. And then you expand from there. Now that I know what is going to happen in the story overall, what's going to happen in each chapter? What's going to happen in each page? What are people going to be saying or doing? Like, you're just like continuing to break things down further and further. And
Until
then you start.
or
Yeah, like everybody's different. Like, I am very much a planner. Like, some people thumbnail with drawings. I like to write a script first, like give myself a sense of where I want to go with my panels.
yeah, okay.
But like, it really is like, it's very individual. For me, like, I find it helpful to be able to break things down so it doesn't feel as intimidating. So like, I'll start off with the big picture with the story stuff. And then once I have that kind of laid out, I get to think about things like, okay, now that I know what's happening, how do I want to lay out those panels on the page? So with graphic novels, we have a lot of tools at our disposal, right? I'm going to put this to one side to kind of like doodle my point around. Let's.
Oh, I'm trying to write a like early reader graphic novel.
Oh, fun!
I haven't started writing it yet. I have the idea and I have
Mhm.
some basic plot sort of in my head, but it's one of those things where it's just so new to me that I have to figure out what the best method is for
Ooh.
brain to wrap around it.
Oh yeah, so like, your mileage may vary. Like, you already know how to plan a book. So
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
you already have like the tools you need. The thing about comics is panels, right? So let's say I have a scene where like, um mm, okay, here's my go-to, like, for the kids example. Somebody sneezes, right? Like, achoo, blah. And it's like one panel done, right? There's my action.
yeah,
But what if it's a really important, stressful scene, right? Where this sneeze is a huge deal. This character is on stage in front of a bunch of people when they realize they have to sneeze and then do it. You can break that moment down even further. Every panel is a moment of time. So when I have my script, what I do first is I think about my layouts. What is the most important moment that I want to show on a page? Can I make that the really big panel? Is there anything I need anybody to notice?
yeah.
How many moments do I want to include on a page? Do I want something to feel fast or slow? So like, here's a go-to for me, for example, 3 panels on a page. So we have the character standing on the stage. Beautiful stage, incredible. Love to see it. So proud of myself. When all of a sudden, oh no, they realize they have to sneeze. This is horrible. Now I could have the sneeze right here in this humongous panel. Or I could break it down even further. Like I'm going to zoom in on the nose, like wiggling.
Yeah, build up to the.
And then build up and zoom in even more. Like you can think about it like very like filmically if you'd like. Blah! And like
No.
I do make a lot of sound effects as I draw. And then have that moment where like achoo, spray. And like if I were doing this for real, I would definitely include the crap. Let's just do that. Like everybody here going like, ew, disgusting. And now
Yeah.
this is like a back shot, like blah. Again, sound effects. But like those are two perfectly valid ways to tell the same story. But this one has the type of impact that I want it to. So I'm going through my script and saying, okay, let's break it down. Here's what I think will fit onto a page. Here's how I can emphasize the thing I want to show.
And so you're doing all of that before you go into ink, before you go into sketch stuff. It's basically all thumbnail at this
Exactly, point. Yeah. I thumbnail the entire book out very simply. Like it can be as simple as stick figures. When I thumbnail, I'm thinking a lot about where I want my characters to be and where my word balloons are, because another big part of comics is flow. I want to make sure that you're reading everything in order, kind of like in picture books, from left to right, top to bottom, not getting lost along the way. So like if someone's talking, I'm going to start in the top left because we're reading this one in English, and then move down and across like that if I'm adding word balloons. I thumbnail with word balloons so that I can plan around those as I'm drawing later.
Do you know what size word balloons be at that time, or is that something that you like? The script will tell you, I assume, at that point, sort of the general vibe of how big the word balloon.
Yeah. Like I also have enough experience to get a general idea of how much space I'm going to need.
Yeah. Okay.
But like if you look at your favorite comic, you can get a sense for how many words will fit comfortably in a space.
Yeah.
So like usually for me, like this word balloon would fit like maybe like, hi, how we doing? And I want to leave like a little bit of room around the edges too.
So my experience with comics was primarily just a class.
Mm-hmm.
I was in college. We had David Mazzucchelli,
Ooh,
the teacher. When I say that, a lot of people are like, oh, wow. And he was just David Mazzucchelli to me. It was not special, but he was lovely, but I didn't, he was a teacher. So it was one of those things where like, it didn't phase me until after when people start going, oh, the guy who did Daredevil.
right. Yeah.
Batman Year One, like those kind of things. But when I was in his class, I was doing weird comics. So like the idea of trying to plan a comic, like it was a lot of one-page things and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of winging it. And so now this idea of having to plan something out and watching you and like looking at your work in general, and the not just a single book, but just the amount of books that you've done and the complexity and the length of them. And I'm just like, I have so much to learn, even though classes on the stuff. It is so foreign to me at this point that I'm always interested to see sort of what you and others that use the form well do, because it's out of my ballpark.
Yeah, if it helps. I feel the same way about picture books. Like I need pages and lots of drawings to tell any kind of story, where I'm like, how are you communicating so much with one drawing? I do not understand,
Well, one of the things my agent told me a long time ago is that I'm very wordy and that I should look at other forms, and so graphic novels probably make sense.
Yes.
Hard, and this is okay, so this is the real question for you that I need answered. This is the hot topic section. Not hot topic like the mall store, but hot topic. You like My Chemical Romance?
I do.
Yeah. How do you maintain interest over time?
Ooh.
Because I have a hard time with picture books. Like by the time I'm done with a picture book, I'm kind of like, ugh. And all of a sudden you're talking a form that potentially is that much longer or requires that much more, time for it to evolve. And so I'm just wondering, like, do you have that same battle of like you hit a threshold and you're like, I'm so done with this. I don't want to see this anymore? Or
Mm-hmm.
what kind of battles do you go through in that sense?
Yeah, for me, I'd say it's not a battle so much of interest as strength and will. Like
Okay.
the process is long and you do not finish anything for a long time. And when that happens, I have noticed in myself and talked to others about it, like kind of almost universally, when it goes that long, you start to doubt yourself and say, what are we even doing here? Is this any good? Am I ever going to finish? Why are we here? Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Yeah.
Like you start to go down the endless spiral, like a pit of despair as you judge yourself and everything you've ever done. I've been doing this for almost 10 years professionally, and it keep happening. So like unfortunately it doesn't go away. So sorry. So like what helps me when I was working on the Babysitters Club, I would try to make a point of working on small things as well, often a mini comic where I could get the hit of like, okay, I still remember how to finish something. I remember how to make something. I can see it in my hands. I can mess with other styles or techniques or media, and I can share it with people and get validation.
Yeah.
Like that helps a lot. But what I also try to do when I'm working on a new project is take a moment first to write down why I love it so much and why I'm really excited about it. Because I am going to need to remember that later.
Okay. Good advice. Like I'm a big proponent of when I talk to like mentees and stuff of like
Yeah.
physically putting a sign in your space that says, here's my goal, or here's the tenet that I live by with my artwork, or whatever it may be. And so, you're essentially telling me something that I should already know, um, and in a good way, making me remember, like, oh, yeah, this is what needs to happen.
Yeah, where it's like we're all in this together. Like it feels foreign, but actually it's everything you've been doing already.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of those, it's the doctor can't prescribe for themselves moment.
I am the clown. No.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, you must with that idea of like when you get another Babysitters Club book. Obviously, it's a bread and butter thing for you, like for so long. But have you ever questioned like, is this the last one, or is this the time? Now, I don't want the publisher to hear this, right? But like, how much of a debate do you have to have at this point, or is it just like, oh, this is so second nature that it doesn't really phase you in the same way?
That's a good question. Honestly, I think it comes back to time, right? Where for me, a graphic novel takes about 2 years, give or take, a little more, a little less. Babysitters were 1.5 years because
Okay.
I was adapting. I had a blueprint to work off of, and I
Yeah.
and I was working with incredible colorists. My original stories a little bit more time as I nailed down exactly what I was trying to say. But if you take that and then you take the average human lifespan and then you add like childcare, you start to think, what do you want to do with your one wild and precious life?
Yeah.
So it becomes a question of like, what can I see myself doing for the next 2 years, the next two after that? And for me, I love the Babysitters Club so much. It has been a part of my life ever since I was a kid, and I feel very lucky to be a part of something that has meant so much to so many people. When I finished Logan Likes Marianne, I thought I was done forever. I was like, okay, I've done my 4. I want to work on original books. I'm really excited about this.
Yeah.
And then we started talking about adapting a super special, like not just one character, but also my white whale, Claudia. But also collaborating with my very good friend Raina Telgemeier, like getting to revisit these characters after having a few more books under my belt, after having more time and understanding of like where I am and what I like to do. Like it was really exciting and compelling, and I came back for this book. So right now the answer is, I'm going back to focusing on my own original books, but I could definitely see myself like coming back and saying hi to these old beloved friends. I would never rule it out.
Yeah. But you need, like, at this point, like, the equivalent of, I have a series of picture books I've done, and I've done 4 in the series, and I like the series, but I also need a breather from them. And so
Right.
I need a certain amount of time in between. And so if they came to me right after one of them was done and said, let's do another, I would really, like, hesitate, or I'd say, can we come back to this, after a certain amount of time or things of the sort. And I know that you've worked on Sonic books, you worked on a variety of different other things, but well, I guess the question that I have for you is like, how much downtime do you need in between one project and the next? Or I mean, is there overlap? What's the scope of what's feasible and not feasible for you time wise and that
That's
kind of.
Great question. I know some people who juggle multiple books at once because they love being able to like toggle between different modes or different kinds of story. It sounds like kind of like you possibly, like they start to want to wander somewhere else.
Yeah.
I think that's amazing, and it would actually break my human brain. When I'm in a book, I think I can only do one full book at once.
Okay.
And so I'm thinking about this. Yeah, like when I did the Sonic books, or rather the Sonic shorts, it was like, hey, would you like to contribute like a standalone issue or a standalone short story while you are working on a long book? Yes, absolutely. I will refresh myself while doing big book. So for me, it's big book and also tiny other things.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to take off a lot of time between books. But I also love
You're
to
bragging. You're bragging.
draw. I'm visualizing vacation. I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know.
I don't have much time to take off because there's just like, they're stacking up. That's yeah. With it's one of those ones where like I don't, maybe it's me as a artist, maybe it's me as a like I need to get other things out of my system periodically, and so like I do have formats for doing that currently that are like gallery shows or things of that sort, but the difference for a picture book versus that graphic novel, a picture book I can get done in 6 months. A graphic novel is multiple years, or at least
Yeah.
my understanding is that it's multiple years. And so like, yeah, how much of a R&R do you get? Do you get away to Cabo in the middle? That's the
Um, I think that like, well, I definitely take a few weeks to like listen, real talk. No matter what I do, a little bit of deadline always ends up happening. So whenever I finish a book, I do take a few weeks off to clean the office and catch up on all the emails and
yeah.
and like, live human life again, see a friend. Like I'm getting better at work-life balance, I promise. It's not that sad. But I do think that when I'm working, moving from phase to phase is kind of like a break in itself. Where, for example, like I spend a bunch of time working on a script. I have been using my brain so much, it hurts so much. And finally, I get to start drawing something. That is so exciting and refreshing all in itself.
Okay. Yeah,
Like it's the shift from mode to mode for me, I think.
that makes sense. It's not a pure like um, change in project, but it's a change in format. So the what you're making or is not as critical as the how you make it for that moment.
Yeah, it's like
I,
5 different jobs, kind of.
I get that. That's totally within sort of my understanding of like I definitely when I move from sketch into final art, there's a moment where it gets exciting again. and then
Yeah.
sometimes it tapers off again, and then it gets exciting again, and it's a constant ebb and flow. Let's put it that way. Um, with the graphic novels, is there a stage that is more fun for you than others at this point? Like, do you gravitate to a certain part of the process? And,
Yeah,
well, this
yeah.
the
Like I think
part of it.
I love them all for different reasons. I also resent them all at different times, no matter what I say.
Yeah.
I think overall, the part that I look forward to the most is inking. I like again, I use my brain so much when I'm writing. I'm like putting together story puzzle pieces. When I'm thumbnailing, I'm thinking, okay, where do I put everybody? Can I move a camera to show a different kind of feeling? Like, how can I move stuff around to make things feel the most exciting? When I am penciling, I am doing all of the research.
Yeah.
I am cashing in on the promises, such as gymnasium ceiling, that my foolish self said I would make. But when I ink, like all of the planning is done. I get to sit down and go, okay, like let's make something now. We get to like move into the flow state, catch up on a podcast, a TV show. It is so calming. And then I get to like see something finish at the end and just feel excited for myself. It is so rewarding. I'm going to make sure that I let this dry before erasing the lines. So we're going to set this aside for a few minutes.
That means someone's done that too many times in the past, and
Just yesterday, some might say. I'm impatient.
wait, are you a righty or a lefty? I'm looking to see. You're a righty, right?
We're righty, yeah. But and yet I persist. So tell me about what you're up to. Like,
You mean?
is that gouache?
Oh, this is, yeah. I'm using acrylic gouache, so I'm
Ooh, okay.
challenged right now in our household. I wanted to do something that was sort of like. I'm always trying to like figure out what I want to do next as a challenge for book format or play, and I really wanted to do something where I could see inside of something.
Oh.
And so I was like, what's a good thing for that? And a fridge came to mind. But we have this challenge of, we have two cats, and our cats are so problematic in their own ways. One of them will knock everything off a table, and it's just a nightmare in that manner. I am the asshole of the two. And the other one eats paper and plastic,
Rude.
tries to eat our food, and it's just nonstop trying to fend them off. So I decided to make a image that's cats that have invaded the fridge, and there's a cat inside of one of those cake. I don't know, you call those plastic containers that cake.
Yes.
So they get
What are those? Yeah.
And so I'm sort of playing around with, like, I've been, especially one of the challenges I've had is I want to do graphic novels, but I'm also someone who loves to do stuff by hand.
Yes.
This kind of stuff. But the hard part, and this is the part where it probably it's going to shock your brain,
Let's
is
go.
I do it. I may want to do some sort of collage element in a, which for a young kid means I don't have to do as many pages, probably.
Right.
The shorter form, but I want to like figure out, is there some sort of balance speed wise where I get to have a little bit of looseness and irregularity that happens like this in that sort of format. And the only way I can figure out right now is if I do sort of panels as collaged paper, like that itself, and a few elements are collaged within it, and the rest is all ink work, or like relatively limited sort of line work or whatever it may be. But so it's not a full collage. And so I've been like figure this out as time goes on the show. I've found it's like, okay, how much line can I get into a piece? How much, like, how simplified can I go? Does some of it need to be paint, etc.? And so I'm trying to evolve that.
I love that so much. It's like kind of what I'm visualizing is just like the like painted animation backgrounds style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So some sort of level, and I did it at one point for I did some comics for a with collage, but they were more intense. And so I'm just trying to figure out, like, if I do something long form, what's the easiest way to do it without sacrificing some sort of like textural element?
Yeah, I think you would want to, like, if you're talking about like yeah, like collaging together painted paper, right?
Yeah.
So you
Okay.
would want to paint like a lot of paper like all in one go, I think. So you
Yeah.
don't have to keep
Yeah.
going back to the source.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I did for
Mhm.
the last book I did was collaged, and
That's super
that same
cool.
painted big chunks of paper so I could always, go back to it and not have to recreate it every single time or iteration thereafter. And that definitely helped. It's
Hmm.
like, I just don't want to do collage for every single element of a graphic novel because that's too much. That will
Yeah, yeah. Like
that'll
especially if you end up getting edits.
yes, yes. Oh no, this is. I mean, this. Well, okay. So let me ask you this because
Yeah.
this is those challenging questions of in the world of kidlit. There's so many people that are digital at this point.
Hmm.
Sort of not necessarily an expectation, but I think there's an assumption made by a lot of editors there or art directors that it's just like, oh yeah, that's definitely a uh, digital piece. And so I get people that will come to me afterwards and go, hey, can you send us a layered file?
Ooh.
I go, I can, but I'm gonna have to sit there and piece it all back together in some manner.
Hmm.
So there's part of me that goes, once I say that, they back off a little bit.
Uh-huh.
They're not like, hey, great, send us that layered file. They stop and they kind of go, okay, well, give us what you can.
Right.
There's a little, saving grace there. And so my hope
Mhm.
is if I go into something like a graphic novel, I can still use that same argument of, I'll do my best, but no, you're not going to get everything on separate layers and all this beautiful digital capacity
Yeah.
because things are going to be done like way more traditionally than what they're potentially used to. Do you end up with a lot of edits though? Like, do you end up not necessarily like, hey, does your work suck? I have to tell you at all times, but more so like, I'm used to when you have a picture book, it's a 32 page book. Literally, that's not even it's maybe 30 images that you have to sort of deal with. But then you're dealing with something that has, I don't even know, like, let's look at Fresh Start. It doesn't have page numbers. Oh, it does have
It
page
does, it does. There's a lot. It is a longer book than average for the age group,
numbers.
I will say.
So 270. You got 270 pages in the main storyline.
Hmm.
Do they ever come back to you and go, we need to change something on every page? Or is it more so a like, let's hit these highlights that we need to change and that's it?
Um, hmm. Let's see. So, how it goes is okay, so when you're making a picture book, like you send sketches first, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so with comics, we're starting off with the outline and then sending thumbnails and then sending pencils and then sending inks. So usually we'll get edits at every stage unless we're perfect and beautiful.
Yeah.
But they'll be bigger picture the earlier in the process you are.
Okay.
So like we'll talk story stuff in the outline, more story stuff in the thumbnails. By the time you make it to pencils, you are more saying stuff like, hang on a second, like now that I look at this and it's more defined, like what if we moved this panel over here so that it read more easily? And then when it comes to like, yeah, like both pencils and inks, it starts to become more continuity oriented edits because when you're working on a big book and your character wears outfits and you have a poor
Mm-hmm.
memory, stuff happens.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I know. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know that from a 32-page picture book.
Ooh, right.
um,
Oh my gosh, it happens to you too. Thank goodness.
yeah, no, it's just one of those things where like I have the same thing where like the edits become more and more finite,
Yeah.
or minuscule towards the end, but there's also just not as many notes just because there's not as many pages. And I would worry. And again, this is let's put it this way: on a lot of these games, I end up spending time talking to people about like, hey, I know the industry, I know exactly what you're doing, but this is so new to me to sort of even
Mhm.
broach these these realms that I feel like I'm getting a real education here, just learning about sort of tricks of the trade. So like asking in the sense of, um, when you get notes, are they, you know, is it like literally let's move this finger to the side over here, or is it more
Oh.
this panel would look better in this location? Because sometimes I will get notes like that from certain publishers that are like really minute. Where
That's
it's
fair. Yeah, I will note, I would say it probably varies from publisher to publisher and project to project. Like, I did not draw for Sonic, I only did writing.
yeah,
But because it was an IP project for like a very specific group, they had a lot of thoughts about what Sonic can and can't do. Like you'll never see him in a pair of shorts, for example, or like so they had a lot of ideas about like appropriate lines or attitudes. Oh my God, you're still inky. Oh wait. So yeah, so like Sonic stuff like that would be more intense. Um, and Babysitters Club, similarly, like is based on property. So they would come back and say things like, I feel like Chrissy might have a different kind of expression making this action, which valid.
yeah,
So like that would be closer to the hang on a second, your fingers gotta move type of edit. When it comes to personal work, it's more of a, hey, is this what you intended? And then you get to have a conversation about it.
gotcha. No, it's. I imagine it's not that different, honestly, in some capacity.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've had a couple of books where like I've had very few notes, and then I've had a couple where I've had an intense amount of notes, and just the fear in me is like once you jump into that form, are they judging every single panel versus judging the page?
I see. Um, yeah, I think like it's always going to be the page as a whole first and foremost. And then the question becomes, is any given panel pulling you outside of that page? So like
Yeah,
if a hand is really messed up, they will check in on you. But if it's just like, listen, man, you have to draw a whole book. You do not have to give 100% to every single panel. Like you get to choose which ones you put the most of your energy into.
so okay, now that you said that, I want you to think back, and I want you to um, no, I was gonna say, can you name a panel that you know you didn't put enough into, or that you like, not that you shortchanged it, but that you look
Ooh.
that I could have done more. But then that puts you on the spot to name that specific book, and I don't want to do that.
Good. It's like
But
I do that every book, I'm sure. Where it's like, is there a panel where I simply gave up?
like I know in the books that I've done, there are definitely some pages that I would say are you know awful, but I definitely had ones that were my favorite that I put more time into.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's stuff like I'm trying to think. Let's see. I did okay. But I think like for me this type of panel where it's like you're setting up for the rest of the scene and you have something big going on right nearby. Like if this were a focal point, I would have taken more time to like check in on my perspective down here, maybe add some actual like details of a lived space.
Yeah.
But like it's so zoomed out and you know you're going to look right over to the next pages. I was just like, okay, this is enough. We do not need to go hard. Like sometimes comics is knowing when to choose your battles, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I see a couple of questions, and I see one of them is a young kid, so I want to make sure it's bedtime that they get these questions answered. So let me get to these in 1 second.
Mm-hmm.
Got to take a sip of water real quick first. So
Oh yeah.
the first one is from Perched Reads, and they say, "Hi, I am 10, and I have two questions."
Yes.
So the first one is, what art supplies do you recommend, and what are the steps when making books? And so for a 10-year-old, is there, like, obviously you have your specialty, like I need this specific nib and I need this.
Like I'm a baby. Yeah.
You can get real precise with what you want, but are there things that thinking about, like, every 10-year-old is probably not going to go out there and buy the most like professional grade materials. I mean, they can, but are there starting points that you would recommend? in some.
Yeah, like if you're thinking of like if you are a cartoonist, like if you're making comics, truly all you need is something that makes a mark and something to take the mark. So like paper and a pencil. But maybe you like the look of dark ink. One thing that I loved when I was 10 was those like the erasable black ballpoint pens that you could find like at CVS or Staples. Because like you could put down that mark, but then like add a little bit of shading and erase it. Like I think those are super fun. Like I honestly, I think, yeah, a pencil, some kind of pen that makes a dark mark. And if you want to go wild, maybe a white gel pen, like add some little spots, have a good time.
Is there like one of the things that I have grown to appreciate over the years, and uh, I know there's quite a few folks in the industry that love them to this day, is a ballpoint pen has so much versatility. And I know people think like immediately you have to have this fancy pen, but a ballpoint pen, you can shade with it, and it's all
Yes.
pressure. Like you can get multiple colors relatively easily. They're cheap, so that you can just go through them and not have to spend a ton of money. There's all sorts of reasons why those are a lovely sort of starting point. But the thing I would say to anybody that wants to start out, and I'm not in the comics world, but I think that it sort of just speaks true, is it's less about material. It's not, you don't have to have the highest quality anything. It's
No.
good ideas and practice that make the difference. And you can work with the cheapest stuff in the world and be amazing with it. And you can work with the best quality material in the world and be awful at it. And so picking your battle of what's more important is going out and buying, like I would almost venture to say, spend less on the materials and spend more time and potentially money on getting books to research and to study and that side of things. I don't know if that makes any sense, but
Yeah, and like the library is great for this. But like I think, yeah, you're absolutely right. Like the tools don't matter so much. I think understanding what your tools can do and getting used to the marks they can make, like like starting to get an understanding for what excites you personally goes a really long way. Where it's like, okay, like I like a pen because it can make this kind of mark. Let me figure out the other kinds of mark it can make. If you really like somebody else's comics or somebody else's drawings, what do you think, like, why do you think they chose the tools they did? Like, what can you steal? Like, can you try making a master copy with what you have? How does it work? What do you love? What do you hate? What can you steal? Thinking about stuff like that is super fun for me.
there's a friend of mine from college that has been doing master copies of famous paintings, but doing it with highlighters,
Fun!
which is like very interesting to see because it's one of those materials where like you don't think of them as a finished aesthetic, or you think of them as like note taking, and then all of a sudden they're playing with them in a very different manner, and it's interesting to see. And then at the end of the day, they put them under blacklight, and
Oh, I love that.
they're wild at that point. So, with I see there's other questions. Let me get down to these. So, question for Gail. This is coming from Mike Petrick again. Uh,
Hello.
how in the world did you keep track of all the characters? Babysitters Club, Christie's Big Day. Every page is like 10 new characters.
Thank you for asking. Oh my gosh, let me pull this book out. Chrissy's Big Day. So this is Babysitters 6, where Chrissy's mom and stepdad get married. And so like the Babysitters Club decides to babysit for all of the kids who are coming in with their families to help prep for this wedding. And yes, I did have to keep track of a lot of people. It was a journey, emotional, mental. There were so many of them. So what I would do genuinely is when I was planning out a page, I would make a little sketch in the corner for myself, where it was just like, okay, here is like, let's say here's a table. here is everybody's name, and then I would just like refer to that as I was doing every single panel. I would have like character outfit sheets on the side where it's like, here's what everybody is wearing this chapter, so that I could just look at that really quickly and hopefully not get lost, but we still got a number of notes. Like no matter what I do, the memory does things.
Yeah.
But it was a really fun one to work on, especially since like I had gotten married a few years prior. And so I got to reference my own wedding photos for this part of the book. And
Okay, I was like, where are you going with? I don't know what.
yeah, it was like, let me tell you my little stories. Yeah.
No, that idea of like mapping stuff out. Like one of the things that I have trouble with students sometimes when they do sequential work, whether it be a book or even animation or things of the sort, is they lose track of where people are in space.
Yeah.
And it's just like make an overhead map and place your cameras or whatever you're using as that sort of device. Place them on the scene so you know what's going to be in shot and what's not in shot, and it makes life so much easier. And I know that Mike is very well experienced with doing. He has like a early reader graphic novel for kids series.
Yeah.
And so I'm sure that some of that is right up his alley, that he knows the gist of what needs to happen there.
Solidarity.
Yeah.
Same.
So Perched Reads also says, hey, I have a question. Who's going to draw this special BSC book? You or Raina?
Yes.
I'm just trying to see if that's the person who's 10, so I just want to make sure we get their questions answered before they have to go sleepy bye.
Oh my gosh, absolutely. Yeah. So this Babysitters Club book is coming out in September, and I am super excited for everybody to see it because we got to collaborate in a really fun and interesting way where, because every chapter was from the point of view of one of the Babysitters Club members, it alternates, not like not like your regular Babysitters Club books where it's just one character for the whole book whose point of view you're seeing. So for this, Raina said, all right, I want to take Christy and Mallory and Jesse and and I said, I demand Claudia, and then we split up the characters. So some chapters are drawn by me and some are drawn by Raina, and they're all colored by the illustrious K-Chap, who also colored Freestyle and Fresh Start.
So you essentially, in that case, like that was a decision that came before the book got signed, like contracted?
Yeah, they were just like, like, would you be interested in doing this? What would it look like?
And how much of a battle did you have to say, whose title or whose name goes up top on the cover? Who's above the title, who's below the title, like in movies?
Not as much as the movies.
Yeah.
We're just like, all right, we know that we all have to go here, and we truly love and respect you, design team. Like, don't do us dirty. Bye.
Yeah. Just alphabetical or whatever it may be. Wait,
like, does it fit? Great. Thank you so much.
What's Raina's last name? I'm trying to remember.
Helgemeyer.
Uh-oh. Yeah, there you go.
I know exactly. Where it's like, you gotta make that fit. Yeah.
Yeah. That's wait, A or E? A?
Telgemeier.
Oh, Tag. For some reason I had it. Oh, so your name would come first then if it's alphabetical. So yeah, alphabetical. You want it to be alphabetical no matter what. That's just the safe way to go then. With
right.
Working on a series that does have quite a few folks that have ownership, I guess, in that stake, whatever you want to call it, in that situation. How much, like, is there conversations behind the scenes of, here's what we want to do with this book. I know someone else is working on another, piece of it, or not piece of it, but, in the same sort of story arc side of things. Like, do you have to consult with each other to say, hey, I want to do this in my book, but could it affect yours later on in some way?
Yeah, so like kind of I think similarly to other like what extended universes at this point.
Yeah.
Like you have point people who know all the things. Which is it was so fascinating for me because I adapted Babysitters Club 5 through 8, like right after Reina, right?
Okay.
And when I came back for the super special, there had been like almost 10 more Babysitters Club books published in the meantime. So when I came back, they said, here is the continuity document. We did not have this last time, but now there's a gigantic list of all the characters, like piercings, haircuts, different locations, just like everything to refer to. Amazing
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah.
And so that was the first thing that was a delight. The second is the series has had the same editor, Cassandra, the entire time. And she and the copy editors and I think also her co-editor Emily, like they have a handle on everything. They're coordinating everybody. So
Yeah.
it's just like, okay, hey Cassandra, like what has been going on? Like remind me what I need to know for this. And we'll say like, what's up? And she'll say, oh yeah, by the way, this other book that we're working on at the exact same time also features a theme park of the exact same like property that you are drawing in this book. So let's pass our designs back and forth for in-universe continuity.
Yeah.
So like we got to play together in that way without having to yell across a lot of different spheres where it's not like author to author to author to author to author. It's like we have a beloved wrangler.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that makes sense. That it's just one of those ones where like I don't think there's a ton of book series out there that have that kind of like back and forth or multiple people operating under it at the same time. And so, or, you know, I wouldn't say at the same time, but just the, adjacent, let's put it that way.
Yeah. Which is so fascinating. Yeah. Like I love seeing how different things work, honestly. Like have you ever had like I guess like an a cross collaborative like same timey experience like that or
Uh, I'm trying to think if I have. I may not have. That's kind of, I don't know if that's sad or if that's like good. I'm trying to think of like
what stressed you out on books recently?
waiting for the next one to roll in. Uh,
Yeah.
no, for the most part, the thing that stresses me out is the sort of the deadline and then the all the extra stuff you have to do.
Yes. We
Like,
talking like promo, taxes, like
promo, like just so here's going to be this is the truth of the matter in a lot of this that hopefully speaks to some of the folks out there. But I have done a couple of books that I've written, but a majority of them have been someone else's writing.
mm-hmm.
And the challenge that I've had, and I've heard this from other illustrators, is when it's someone else's writing, sometimes as the illustrator, in that case, you don't feel as safe going out there and promoting it like it was yours. Like some
Oh.
feels like it's someone else's work that you're out there sort of hawking to the world.
Mm-hmm.
And primarily just because, you know, the writer sometimes gets going to a school. Like I have to go to a school on Monday. I'm doing a big long event that day with the school, and there's always these questions of like, well, how did you come up with the idea? And it's like,
Right.
didn't. This is someone else's. I came up with the visual ideas, but I didn't come up.
Mm-hmm.
So there's this challenge of like ownership or buy-in from
Right.
myself for some of those books. And it doesn't devalue the books. It doesn't mean the books are bad or that I devalue what I do, but it's hard to explain it to people sometimes, or it's hard to, when questions get asked of like, how do I take credit for something that potentially wasn't my choice?
Yeah. No, that is so interesting. Like I'm fascinated to hear that because like from this side, like as an appreciator of picture books, like it feels like it is easier for Americans at least to talk about the writer where it's like we understand how to talk about stories.
Yeah.
But what's harder seems to be for people to say, like, let me appreciate the artist, like, first and foremost, or even as well. Where it's like when you're talking about a book, you are talking about so and so's book, and maybe you'll remember to name the person who like contributed the universe, which is, you know, disheartening. It makes sense in terms of like how society has framed these things, where, you know, when you are watching a Spider-Man movie, like, do you know who made the story? Like, do you know who drew the comic? I don't know. Like we talk about properties and we talk about the ideas. So like I do think a big part of it is like finding ways to remind people where drawings come from, where like these visual ideas come from, and how much they give to any given story.
Yeah. I mean,
Like you yourself, like you're a storyteller, you know?
no, that's the funny thing is like, you know, I've written a story or a couple of them that have been published, but I feel like I have done just as much storytelling through visual stuff that was not in the actual manuscript or
Right.
choices, but it's still one of those things where like I don't know as everybody understands that in the same way. And you're right in the sense of like there's a and I don't know if like I have no idea outside of America how it gets treated, but just that idea of you know, we alphabetize by author. We do all these things by author, and so oftentimes that gets the big credit. That doesn't mean that the illustrator is not doing anything, but I think that someone, I forget who it was that said it at some point, that that the illustrator is, you know, 50% of the writing, and
Right.
getting that your head wrapped around that is very hard for some illustrators in this industry, and myself included. And I know my wife periodically is like, you know, you can go out there and promote books and write in the same way that you, as if you wrote them. You know, like go out there and talk about them the same way, but there's still just this weird disconnect. And I can't place exactly what it is or why or, you know, what the solution is in that case. But there's something there about sort of like the value of, in those cases. And I mean, have you had to illustrate anybody else's, words, outside of like, comic form?
Let me thinking. No. No, so I am very much a like observer from this side of comics, where it is honestly a pretty common phenomenon here as well, especially as we see more adaptations of prose.
Mm.
Where I think this is true in picture books as well. Like it is very easy for the person who did the words to claim the book.
Yeah.
They say like, hey, like here's my book, I made this. For some reason it seems harder for us to do that as well.
Okay.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I had a sideways thought. So no, I haven't had that personal experience, but I have absolutely like seen how it plays out.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a justified like, hey, the author is solely the writer of the. I get there's like a misperception by the artist a lot of cases too. It's just it's one of those things where it's like it puts that little hint of doubt in my head.
Right. Yeah. And it can be hard to like, right,
Just,
push past that and
yeah.
just like talk about a thing when it doesn't feel like your own, right?
Yep. So
Yeah. No, I absolutely get that.
remember how I said it might turn into therapy?
I love that. Oh my gosh, like especially listen, like do you largely work from home? You also teach, right?
I also teach, but yeah, when I teach, I only go in a couple days a week,
Okay.
which is lovely for the sake of, you know, commute and things of the sort. But I do a ton of work for school at home too, so it's the amount of meetings and all that kind of junk.
Yeah.
Well,
I ask because like I definitely work from home, and so like I am either alone or going to a convention and catching up with lots of people all at once. So like anytime I get to talk with just one person, such as you, and like get into the meat of something, it is an actual treat.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's the reason why this whole thing got started, especially when I started doing the Gavin Doodle thing, it was the pandemic.
Right. Oh
Like,
boy.
we're all sitting alone, and this was, I don't want to say it was pre-Zoom, but it was definitely towards the beginning of Zoom and some of the like online.
Oh, we were figuring Zoom out.
Yes, yeah, definitely at that point it was a learning curve there, and so it's become this thing where it's like just an opportunity to chat with people that I normally don't get the chance to chat with, or to watch people work or ask questions, and so it's been very rewarding in that sense to do that. And I know there's a lot of folks that like, yes, there's a lot of folks that sign up and do it, and they're excited about that opportunity. There's a lot of people who say no because they're afraid of the chat, and I like they're not to it because been, as an illustrator, we sort of sit and hide away.
Yeah. Like I think that's one thing I was really I got to grow into, where it's like you think that a job is just do the art, and then it turns out it's also talk to people about the art and connect with people. And it's like, oh no, you're telling me I have to like put myself out there? That's messed up, dude. Like I have grown to love it, but it takes a lot of getting to know yourself, I think.
Well, I teach a professional practice class, and it's one of those things where like I can't say it enough to the students that like, I don't care how good of an artist you are, you can be amazing, but if you're not willing to go out there and have a conversation with someone, or like get to the events where you actually have to interact with people, you are going to flounder, because you can't just hide away and expect people to find you.
Right. Yeah. It's that thing. Yeah. I definitely like, if a kid asks what do, it is like share your work with people, right?
Yep.
Tell them what you're into, tell them what you want. If you love drawing giant robots, say I draw giant robots. Eventually, like somebody's gonna say, oh right, I know the giant robot person, and that's great.
Were you a relatively shy kid back in the day? Like, I mean, obviously you've been doing events and going to schools and talking about your work at conventions and all sorts of stuff for so long, but were you always a social person in that manner?
Ooh, let's see. How do I put this? I am a person of many dimensions, where basically I love comics so much, and my favorite thing in the world is talking to people about stories, about craft, connecting with people about like fan stuff. Like I love that so much. And I'm also very socially anxious.
Okay.
Yeah, where it's like yeah, like let's talk about this all day. And then like if we like get into the weeds, maybe I'll overthink something for 5 days afterwards. Would be the habit I would have told you about in my 20s, but we have since like done a lot of processing.
Yeah.
So I would say like I was the kind of person who would hold a lot of myself back and keep it fun and light, like out of that anxiety. And it has been fun to get to trust myself more as I grow into the job.
Well, especially, I mean, just watching you at events and stuff like that, it doesn't, like, there's some people you can watch and you go like, okay, clearly they're uncomfortable being up there.
Mm-hmm.
Or there's an awkwardness that sort of shows up. But every time I have seen you in front of people, I've never seen you and gone like, oh, this is not what you want to be doing. It always feels so like natural and whatnot. But I know that takes time too. Like I was the shy kid in college. I was the one who raised their hand. I fought against the system basically the whole time, saying I don't participate. And something clicked and changed that. But it's still like there are moments that still pop up where I'm a little hesitant to, be vocal.
That's fair. Yeah, it's like circumstantial, right? Do you remember what the click was for you?
Anti-anxiety medicine.
Ah, valid.
I mean, truthfully, that's probably what it was. But I think some of it also is just um, like maturity. Some of it is being in an environment like, and I don't know if this happens to you as well, but I have met enough people now that are in the world of kidlit famous
Mm-hmm.
that I've seen behind the curtain, and they're not something, abnormal or crazy or special or different. And um, now I can go like, oh, they're just regular old people like me, and uh, they have the same struggles. They get nervous before they have to go speak sometimes or whatnot, and so that sort of took a lot of the pressure off.
Yeah, we're all goofy geese.
I mean, there's some people that clearly are a little better at
Mm-hmm.
that stuff out, and feel like they're totally on top of it, but you still see nerves in some people. There's still
Yeah.
times. Um, are you when you're up in front of a crowd? Do you like how do you manage uh, the expectation of like performance?
Ooh, that's a fun one. I think like it is. How do I put this? I um I do my best to prepare a little bit. I try to know like what kind of energy I'm going in with, like a general idea of what I want to say. And it helps a lot because like I think the anxiety for me comes from when I'm unsure of how something like could be received or what I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah, yeah.
If I am in like a performance situation, like tell kids about how much comics are amazing and how I make them. Like there's the assignment, there's the expectation, right? I'm here to make comics fun. I can do that. That's great. I love that. It's like getting to share that is such a joy and privilege. Um and so I think like I remind myself of what I'm there for, why I'm excited about it. And then I remember my very first school visit. Um, I had just finished Donnie Impossible 3. I had never like done that type of public speaking before. Scholastic sent me like to talk to elementary school kids about this graphic novel, and the school put me in the cafeteria right after lunch. So there I was as a bunch of kids slowly fell asleep in front of me and said nothing at all and did not react in any way. And I thought I was going to die.
There's the after lunch or the after recess. Those are the two that are always like really traumatic. The
Yes, but
sleepiness
now
or
I've lived
like,
through it.
yeah, the sweaty and like hyper from recess. Those are the
Oh
two to
my gosh.
watch out for. Um,
Right.
the I mean, when you were growing up, did you have like school visitors and stuff like that that would come and do readings and?
Yeah, yeah. The one I remember best was Lois Lowry.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, who came in and talked a bit about Number the Stars, and I was just like absolutely, starstruck. Like, wow, like person make book, like seems so cool. I'm obsessed. Like, just like being able to make that connection of people make book was very exciting for me.
I think I just read that Lois Lowry's going to be at ALA this year.
Oh my gosh, are you gonna be at ALA this year?
I am. I'm going.
Me too. Oh my
Are,
goodness, you there.
when are you going to be there?
Yeah. So I have to look at the schedule, but I'm showing up for the APL ALA banquet for sure. Where's like fresh start get it an honor, which is very exciting for me personally. But I think I might have like a panel or a wander about. I have to check in with you.
But I mean, are you going on like a Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or is it? Do you have any sense of the days?
Let's see. Here's what happened in my life.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Um,
That,
the answer is I know I have a schedule, and
that,
also I've been staring at my son's like school schedule for too long.
okay,
Let
gotcha.
me tell you my story.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I'm doing a signing on Saturday.
Okay.
Um, and then comics awards Sunday evening. So maybe some additional Saturday or Sunday stuff. I'll probably find myself wandering around a little bit.
Yeah, I'm gonna be there Friday and Saturday, and then I take off like
Oh,
crazy early on. I have to be on a plane going out there at 7 on
ooh,
and a plane 7 a.m. and on a plane coming back at 7 a.m. on Sunday morning, and I'm not looking forward to that at all. But
no, we all gotta make choices,
yeah, yeah. Hey, I don't have to pay for it, so I'm that
right?
that's the upside is someone else is paying for it. So, um, with have you've been to ALA before? I assume, right?
No, I just did Midwinter for the first time recently, but this is my first like ALA proper. I'm very excited.
For those that don't know, I'm sure there's people going, "What are they even talking about?" It's the American Library Association conference, and so there's lots of booksellers, not books, publishers, and things related to libraries, i.e., schools and whatnot. Um, so my wife says, "I like the way Gale described that we can help people understand the importance of the illustrator rather than feeling like you aren't worthy to promote your book at a school visit." That's my wife telling me. She's the one who always tells me you can promote. Um,
Yeah.
so Make on Main says, can you both share the medium materials you are using? So you've jumped to watercolor at this point, and
Yeah.
it looks like it's the Winsor Newton travel set. Is that
Let's see. Is it? It's the portable painter. Oh, yes. Yeah, it's very like Windsor Nunage. It might well be. Basically what happened was here it is. I was going on a trip like 10 years ago and I said I want to bring watercolor with me, and this set had like a cute little case that you can hook up to like sit on top of your knees in a weird way. So it's like it's called a portable painter, but like same energy.
yeah?
Very, very small, very move aroundable.
Now, do you use watercolor often? Sort of like because you're doodling, it came out.
Um, I do like my let's see. I make comics a lot, and when I'm not doing that, I like to mess around with other stuff. Like I am very much a mixed media pens and goof around baby. Although I have not gone as hard into acrylic gouache. I think it's amazing, and I can't think as dimensionally as that.
But
But yeah,
hey,
mhm.
it's whatever floats your boat. It's whatever makes it easy on you.
Yeah,
I don't. Again, it's that same thing of like, there's people who think like I got to learn all these mediums, and it's like, no, you don't. You just got to learn what works for you. You don't have
right.
much authority. You don't have
That's
to do
fair.
it at
You're
all.
right. Don't talk yourself down, Gail. No,
Yeah,
but I do play around where it's like this is like a typical sketchbook page for me, where it's like we're gonna throw stuff around and see what happens.
yeah.
And I just think that's super fun. And then this is a drawing by my son. It's like,
Ooh,
got the rainbow crayon, yay! And I just like I'm obsessed with that. So like little pens, big pens, and then watercolor. Yeah. So like I went to undergrad for animation. And I was seeing a lot of people at that time like share these lovely watercolor like diary comics or like character sketches. I became obsessed and started like trying to figure out how to make that work for me.
yeah.
So watercolor is definitely like a comfort space for me.
Well, watercolor also works really well with ink. So
Yes.
like inking, that is a easy go to the either ink on top or ink underneath, and you have the translucency of the watercolor to be able to play with.
Yeah. Bill Watterson.
Yeah, to answer, who was it? Make on Main. In my case, I'm using tracing paper and acrylic gouache, and then acrylic gouache and to paint on top of, and colored pencil.
That is so cool.
It's it's what I've been using recently, but we're trying to figure out other approaches as
Mhm.
I go through, and I was saying this to a group the other night, an illustration crit group that I'm with, that I go through about a 5 year span of enjoying a certain sort of approach, and then
Mhm.
that 5 years is up, I start to go, oh, how else can I work? What else can I do? And start to probably overthink in a way, and start to go like, oh, I got to make something wildly different. But there's definitely this like desire to reinvent periodically.
Yeah.
Do you feel like I mean, reinvent in a good way, in a like, hey, let's figure something out that's unexpected or whatnot. But
Mhm.
I still think, like, I think there's value in that. But do you like you go through some sort of like reinvention on a regular basis, or do you feel like, it's sort of steady as she goes?
Yeah. I love to explore, and kind of like you, I do like find myself switching modes. Like especially in sketching, like I will have a favorite tool for a while and then mix it up. And I feel like every time I do, you get to see it in a new way, right?
Yeah.
Where everything you do kind of informs the rest of your work. So, working digital for a long time, I would start to think like, oh no, like I've fully forgotten how to ink traditionally. But when I come back, it's like, hang on a second, like I have other ideas for this now too, because of what I've learned doing the other thing. Like everything gets to work together, which is really fun. When it comes to comics, I think I have to be a bit more intentional about exploration and reinvention, like in terms of the long form, because
Yeah.
there are the expectations of like what Gale Galligan, the cartoonist, but I do get to set goals for myself as I go. Where it's like for this book, what I really want to do is figure out how to communicate kinetic motion in a way that's interesting to me. For this one, I want to communicate like family feelings and also explore different styles of mark making within the same comic. Like I'll come up with like little craft goals as I go.
Yeah. No, that makes. I think I kind of do that with books too. Like I would say that I don't. There's some people that change every book. It's like, well, this is
Mhm.
a totally new thing, and I absolutely appreciate that, and I wish I could do that, but I also uh, I don't want to have to reinvent the wheel every single project. Um,
Right.
but I don't mind like scaling up the wheel, or smoothing it out here and there, or making it a little bumpy sometimes. But I just don't know if I want to reinvent it every single project. Um,
Mhm.
so with you know, since you have done the comic thing for some time now, do you feel like there's some avenue that you've haven't had the chance to approach? Like, I mean, obviously the graphic novel stuff is long form. It takes a long time to make. And so is there like another form of storytelling or another form of sequential or book or anything of that sort that you're like dying to get your hands on to be able to play around with?
Ooh, that's a good. I think honestly, for me, the answer is probably tell a fantasy story. Where I've been sitting comfortably in the contemporary space for a hot minute.
Yeah.
But I do like, I think it would be so fun. I've had this idea for a while, like, of a very like magic based space. And to be able to draw that and find ways to show what that would look like would be so fun. And also, when I tried to write the story out, it ended up being a 400-page long book, and that ain't nothing. We got to go back to the drawing board. I'll figure it out in 10 years. It's fine.
When you started your statement though, you said tele, and my first inclination was you were saying telenovela. And I was like, really? And then you finished the statement, and I was like, oh, okay, let's just tell a. Uh, finally, but like if you want to do a telenovela, that'd be fun too. I don't know if that's your audience is going to be knowledgeable about that format, but uh,
Yeah, like related, I'll also take a romantic drama.
mm, mm, mm,
Oh,
okay.
that'd be so hard. Drawing like two characters, just like even holding hands, so hard.
What? Wait, what? Meaning like what's hard about it?
Oh, what's hard about drawing two hands clasping?
Oh, you're saying okay, just the hands, like drawing the hand. I thought you meant like emotionally, like how do you get across that someone's in love, and drawing hands clasped together is like just hard to not.
Oh, like to grasp, like no, literally functionally. I'm like, how do you
Yeah, yeah.
dance? Like, what
Okay.
are your hand secrets?
Yeah, yeah. Not some like theoretical approach to the whole thing. I was going like real deep all of a sudden. Like I can't fathom what love is like and how we put this together. So tell me, outside of I know your schedule is busy. I know you got a 6-year-old. I know you got books and things of the sort. But what do you do outside of deadlines and things of the sort? Like what's your day-to-day excitement?
Yeah, so I'm gonna sip seltzer.
How do you escape, basically, is the question.
Yeah, so I've been taking drum lessons for almost 2 years. And it's my favorite thing in the world.
Wait, drums like a big drum set or like
Yeah, like the big bonk bonk. Yeah.
the big bonk bonk?
Yeah.
I
It's so fun. It's so fun.
Now, are you rhythmically challenged or are you good with big bonk bonk?
I am rhythmically enthusiastic, let's put it that way. Basically, I took piano lessons as a young, and I grew up in the early 2000s and played too much Dance Dance Revolution, if you've ever heard of it.
Yes, I have.
Yes, yes. So rhythm games are something that I find very fun.
Did you
I
play
love
the
music.
bongo
Yes.
one though, at least?
What's that?
The Donkey Kong bongo one? Did you do that one at least?
Oh, I did not do the Donkey Kong Bongo one though. Oh no, was that your favorite?
No, I just know that there is one, and I'm just thinking drums and rhythm. Like you would have a head start.
I gotta get in there. Shoot. No, I've done the what is it like Taiko Drum Master though, and that's pretty.
Yeah.
It's like da, da, da. But yeah. So pretty much let's see. A few things happened. First of all, the second Spider-Verse movie came out with like Gwen Stacy's big solo. Whereas like you got to watch this drummer character like experience all of these feelings, and the colors were so bright you could like see the drums happening. It was so exciting and cool. That was one thing. Another was this young drummer challenged Dave Grohl of Foo Fighters to like a drum off on online.
Yeah,
And
I feel like I saw that one. Yeah.
yeah, like seeing a young person like feel so excited about that was also fascinating to me. Whereas like between those two things, I started thinking about what are drums anyway a little bit more often, and noticing like how all of the songs I like have this kind of driving rhythm, and thinking about what that does like for my energy, what I like about it. And then I found myself in drum lessons at a children's music studio, basically.
Are you there with a bunch of little kids?
Yeah! Like there are definitely also some groans there, but they do largely cater to the youth. So like I got to do a music recital where it was like kids going up and like playing their favorite songs, and their parents were clapping. And then I went up second to last, like, hey, and all the parents go, wait, you're old. And they started cheering for me more than anybody else. I'm like, yes! Oh. It was just like, oh, one of us.
Instead of like John Philip Sousa, all of a sudden you're playing some like music that they knew from their childhood.
Yeah, My Chemical Romance.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes.
Wait, do you actually listen to My Chemical Romance? Because I knew you said for a second, or I made that joke for a second, but I didn't hear your answer. Were you?
I do actually, for real though.
Because that would be of your age, like you would have been right in that wheelhouse, I think, for that to.
Yeah, they got me. They got me good. It was very fun to hit too. So that is a favorite hobby of mine.
Yeah, that's I'm sure that is lovely with a 6-year-old who potentially still needs naps every once in a while.
I wish.
Oh,
How
really?
about you? What are you up to?
Yeah, we have. I'm trying to think of like what age my son stopped taking naps, but it was probably pretty early, to be honest.
Right.
Sadly, it was pretty early.
Alas.
he's a kid now where like I don't get it. He's a teenager and he still gets up at like 5 a.m.
What?
I'm like, he's 13. I'm like, dude, you can sleep in. You don't have to be out the bus until 7. And he's getting up at 5.
Like,
And
this is not going to be an option for you anymore in very, like, short order, child. Please, go to sleep. Like, what?
what's fresh? I don't know if he's upstairs listening right now. He might be. Or he might be in bed. Hopefully he's in bed at this point.
Dragon.
Well, even more frustrating, this is parent talk for a second here, is he gets up at that time, and then he comes into my bedroom, and he goes downstairs and he gets himself breakfast a lot of days now, which is lovely. But he still comes over to my side of the bed and tells me he's going downstairs.
But
And it's like, you're 13. You don't need to, you can just go downstairs. You don't need me. And,
just as a heads up.
yeah. And it's like, I'm fine. Great. Go ahead. But like, it's not going to make a difference to me whether you're going down there right now. And we've formed this habit now where like when I hear him coming in the room, I hold my hand out and he comes out and he does a fist pound and then he goes downstairs. And it's like, at that point, just go downstairs. You don't need the fist bump. You're not coming to me going like, hey, what time is it? Or there's no like pertinent information that's being relayed in that moment. It is just a pure wake your father up moment. And I have to challenge him on it going forward and say, you can't do that anymore.
Yeah. Like, that is so cruel. Like, you've earned to sleep. Let you sleep. Oh, my goodness.
We're at this point, like a teenager, I would have, at his age, I would have been sleeping in every single day until the last minute before I had to get up.
Right? Right?
He's
Like,
got his house. He's, he manages. But it means on the week, even on the weekends, he gets up at 5 in the morning.
I guess, like,
He's a kid. That's what
this is hurting my spirit.
yeah, I know. As
he's in bed, so we're safe to gossip about him. Excellent.
he is at the age now where like he can take himself up to bed. There's lots of benefits. But the one thing that still irks me to this day is that like he still has to wake me up every single morning.
Rude.
Then maybe like there's a part of me as a parent that goes like, oh, that's kind of nice that like he still needs me. But yeah, so
what you're telling me is I've got a ways to go.
Yeah. You're not sleeping in yet, let's say that.
Well, heck.
What time do you get up with the little one?
Right now about, it's not too bad, like 6:20-ish. Where he is usually up like around then, but we have like the light that changes colors and he knows he can chill until 6:45. Like, it's fine. I'm fine. At least he mostly sleeps through the night.
That means that you have a kid that is younger and you're sleeping in longer than I.
You're telling me it gets worse though.
Yeah. Oh. What's your bedtime normally though? That's the challenge. I mean, my bedtime, this is probably the heart of it, is my bedtime. I normally don't go to bed until like 2 a.m.
Oh my goodness.
When he wakes me up at 5, I've been asleep for about 3 hours. And so that stings a little more. Now I get naps periodically and whatnot, but
okay.
Are you a late night worker? Are you a early morning?
Now
that you have
let's see. I am the kind of person who, number one, loves coffee. And number two, I've found that if I get less than like 6.5 hours of sleep, I'm simply not a fun person who can think about stories. Like, it doesn't work. I can't do it. So, usually I'm pumpkining like around 11, although like it's weird. I have found that like because things get so quiet at night, sometimes that's the best time to figure out a thorny story problem. So, it does end up being like the occasional like tragic 1 a.m. or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's where all of the late nights started for us, was like, having a kid. At a certain point, you're like, well, when do I have time to do what I need to do?
Mm-hmm. No, for real. Like most of my Yo-Yo Book freestyle, like Robin was like this big, so he was simply on me and the iPad was right behind him and like the book was happening.
Okay, wait.
Sorry.
I got to ask you about the freestyle book,
Yeah.
because yo-yo in particular.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that like I'm a good yo-yo person of any sort, but did you have to practice? Did you have to learn? Are you a good yo-yo?
Ooh, so I'll start with the last one. The answer is no. But the reason this book happened is essentially I found out about yo-yo competitions, where like, you know, grew up in the 90s, had an understanding of yo-yo, and then realized it had progressed both technologically and like functionally so much in the subsequent decades, where it's like there are international yo-yo competitions.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you there?
I am here. Can you see or hear me? Yes.
Yeah, it just dropped out for just a second. So
We got, yeah, my phone had a question for me. I refused to answer. So yeah, like I watched this video of someone like throwing the yo-yo like behind their legs, over the head, like landing the yo-yo on the string in time to music, like this whole amazing routine. And I was obsessed. I bought a yo-yo. I started trying to teach myself. I hit myself in the face like 5 times. Said, oh no. And ended up saying like, okay, if we are bad at this, what if we simply made a story about it instead? But I have definitely like tried to grab some moves. I'm still working on the trapeze like tragedy, but I took myself down to the New York Yo-Yo Club, which is a real and wonderful miracle group. Like they meet every Sunday in the city, and it's just like it's kids, it's old people. When I went, there was just like a 6-year-old man who's looking at me like, oh, you're having trouble with that? Like, here, take this yo-yo. It's a bit wider. It'll be easier for you. No, keep it. And they're just like excited to help trade information and celebrate this thing that they love so much. And that's my catnip, like finding the stuff that people get really, really like just so deeply invested in. So it became like something very exciting for me to try to find a story about.
now, did any of those folks end up in the actual book?
Yeah, like the yo-yo mentor, Mr. B, I think it was. Like that's based on a person who was very helpful in the group for me, yeah.
Yeah, that's the idea of those experts, and like I got into racquetball.
Ooh.
I need to go again this weekend. I was sick this last weekend, so I didn't go. But my schedule's been sort of all over the place. But the guy that I play with is like he and I are very, very similar in our skill level. And then every once in a while I'll go and I'll play with this other guy who has been playing for 40 years and is so good that I heard from someone else that if he really is just sort of if you don't have good skills, he will basically play with his non-dominant hand. And so I'm sitting there and I'm playing with him, and I realize, oh, not only is he playing with his non-dominant hand with me, but he beat me 15-1.
Oh.
And he's so good. And here's the best part of it all: he is also clearly in his 80s and lives at a at an assisted living home. He whooped my butt.
I love him.
It's like he's so good. Like there's nothing I can say that says like, oh, this guy is awful of any sort. He's very nice and he helped me and he's like, here's what you got to do. You got to hold it this way, and like he's very helpful. But it's also humiliating to be. I'm not a spring chicken of any sort, but to be walloped by someone who lives at an assisted living facility.
That is incredible though.
Yeah.
Like the life he must have lived, and also like imagine like what it must feel like to get to the point where like for the first time, just in the middle of a set, you see his hands switch. Like
Yeah.
oh,
I know. I saw it, and the guy who told me it was outside of the court watching me, and I just looked at him and I showed him. I was like, he's using his left hand, and he sort of giggled and laughed at me because he knew that it meant that the guy was basically toying with me.
that's so cool.
But it's the guy. I mean, he was basically pro for a while. So like he's got skill. It's way more skill than I ever could imagine having, and it's fascinating to watch him play other people because you can just watch him like literally toy with people.
Oh, like he's having fun.
Yeah, he's just like, hitting stuff in angles where people just can't even come close to hitting back. And you just know, like, oh, he just did that just to mess with that person. I can barely hit the ball straight sometimes. So, um, with the drumming side of things, obviously, like it's 2 years. Do you think you've gotten like exponentially better as
Ooh,
time has gone?
yeah,
Were you impressed with my big word?
that's a good word. Yeah, I was like, ooh, exponentially. Like, have I?
Yeah.
Unsure. I was like really chewing on that. Yeah. Like I started off knowing nothing at all, so yeah, I'd say pretty good. Where it's like I have started to understand like how to make different parts of my body work together, like independently of each other, which was absolutely not happening before. Where it's like, okay, so like I need a foot to make this kind of noise. But while I'm doing that, I also want to be hitting this, and this. And like thinking about rhythm in a different way. Yeah, I'd say like I've been growing a few different skills and I'm pretty excited about it. Right now though, I said to my teacher, like, I feel like it's time for me to figure out other time signatures. And he said, okay, let's go. And now here I am with Tom Sawyer by Rush, like crying into my pillow. It's fine.
Or are you just playing 4/4 the whole time and calling it?
Largely, yeah. It's
I
like, I'm fine, I'm happy.
I'm so rhythmically challenged that drumming. I don't know if it's the same thing for you, but when I try to like drum or do any sort of rhythm keeping, I start out. I'm like, oh, I can make my foot do one thing and my hand do something else, and then eventually they're just doing the same thing, and
Right.
separation of church and state happening in that instance. Um, was it lots of like, well, how much does your family enjoy hearing you drum?
Oh my goodness. I definitely
But
like I am very respectful where it's like my practice time is noon on a weekday when Pat like has his headphones on or is out doing an errand. But
yeah,
no. And then like Robin is not present. Like if he was, he would say, "So I'm helping you drum now, right?" And then everybody would be unhappy.
yeah. We bought. I remember we were at like some used toy sale or used clothing sale or whatever that they have in the area, and they had a little drum kit, like a kids like play drum kit or whatever. And we're like, oh, that'll be fun. We'll get that for our son. And all the people in line kept saying, like walking by us, just going like, good luck.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
Yeah. This is it's your funeral. It was all these statements like that. And we're like, what are you talking about? It's not that bad, can it be? And then he never actually played it all that much, so we lucked out. But when he does play it, it is like for being a little toy drum set, it is loud.
Oh,
Um,
that's so funny.
I'm glad that it has not gotten the use that it potentially could have. Let's put it that way. Uh,
Yeah.
is your kid a artsy one? I mean, I saw that little drawing, which was very, very adorable. It looked like it was like an ice cream cone, or
It was.
is he gonna pick up the tradition?
That remains to be seen. Like, what I will say is that he is very creative in his own right and with a different mindset, which I think is like, it's so special to see somebody figuring out their own stuff. Where, like, like I mentioned, I am not as much a three-dimensional thinker. Like, it takes me some time to figure out, like, I want to learn how to do like risograph printing, but like the layering concept, strange to me. But my kid, like he will say, "All right, I want to figure out how to make a bowling alley with Legos and then do it." And that is
Yeah.
fast.
You're like, all right, sure.
All right, builder, yeah.
That's I mean, that's sort of like my son, my wife and I are both artists, and then my son is clearly meant to be a mathematician, engineer, something else other than artist.
How
Uh,
did this happen? Yeah.
that he dislikes art, but it's definitely not something he gravitates towards. But
Mhm.
I'm I'm not opposed to it, as I've said to a lot of people. Like, I'm actually kind of okay with it because I think it means that I'll have something that I can retire on eventually. He's once he rakes in that dough for whatever it is that he does.
Right.
But
Stability, can you imagine?
yeah, when he has a stable job and doesn't have to worry about where the next paycheck's coming from, yeah, that's a lovely thing to consider.
Sounds
And
nice.
so he's uh, like he is the builder, like you're talking about. Like I think he's probably going to be an engineer of some sort. Um,
Mhm.
and so that idea of like he likes to figure things out at this point. But he's also, your kid's a youngin still. Your
Oh
kid's,
yeah.
you know, still now going to be in what, first grade? Oh, oh,
Yeah, in the fall, yeah.
oh, you're starting numbers at that point. You're not even just in K.
You're
You're.
in one.
I know.
It's a big step.
Did you have a hard time dropping them off for the first day for kindergarten?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, yeah. It was a bus thing. And it was just like I thought it was fine, and then I saw it pull away, and I thought about like I did the full life flashback. I was like, oh no, this is where it all started. Like just fully weepy about it. Yeah.
He's left me. He's on his way to college already.
I know, I could already see it. I
Yeah,
could see the empty room. Alas.
you can.
Oh my
Yeah,
gosh.
you can see your new gym. That's it.
Basically right.
Yeah, that's the classic trope is it's a new gym for you. Uh, no, it's one of those ones like I don't think I'll ever forget. Like our son, I don't think he was sad and tearful when we dropped him off for kindergarten, but I will never forget this kid that sat across from him on his little round table that they all had, who just lit up when his mom left.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Yeah. It was that kid like went through some serious emotional changes in a matter of seconds once she departed the door. Uh, so I like I remember his name. His name was Cam. And I don't think I've ever seen a kid like devolve into a crying heap faster than what I saw out of that kid.
Oh,
Uh,
this baby.
yeah. With I mean, since you work in the range that is that like 8 to 12, 8 to 13 sort of range, have you had any interest of ever trying to jump into a little bit of a younger range now that you have a somewhat youngin?
That's a fun one. I'm thinking. I
Like,
haven't like there is something compelling about the idea of shorter book.
yeah,
Not gonna lie. But at the same time, like I can't I am intimidated by the expectations, I think. Whereas like my perception of books for a slightly younger crowd is that there are a lot of grown-ups saying, here is what they will be capable of reading, and a lot more like guardrails.
mm.
I'm just like, it's an interesting constriction of words, of space, where I think that'd be a really fun challenge. And I also wonder if I feel up to it.
Well, when you say guardrails, mean just like you can't just like the subject matter has to be a little bit more controlled, or
Yeah, the vocabulary and
okay,
the complexity of drawing. Where it's like, can I like get like super whimsical about paneling? Probably not.
I bet you could.
Yeah.
I think it probably depends. I mean, I don't want to force you into it and be like, you got to change and do that. Um, like you do you, but it's one of those ones where I feel like there's some, I think kids have a lot more smarts than we potentially give them credit for.
Oh, I fully agree. I just wonder if like not being as experienced in this space, I wonder if most editors agree.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Like, would they be willing to give you that freedom? To,
Right. Like, would you trust that they could, sell a book like that, let's say?
yeah. 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 Gotcha. That's totally understand. Like, there are certain people that I know could get away with it without question. That they would,
Mhm.
oh, you're going to sell this book and it's not even going to be a fight of any sort. But then there's going to be other folks, myself included, where they're going to go like, well, you got to prove yourself.
Right, right. And like I do feel like there's room for a lot of different kinds of book. And there are a lot of amazing, groundbreaking, visually fascinating books across every single age area.
Yeah.
I'm just like, would I be like, you know, my personal self-doubt here, where it's like, what could I offer,
You could offer stories about. No, I was trying to think of like real quickly off the top. um, with the fact that you're in this industry and you're like, I know a lot about the picture book world, and I know a lot of people that work in that industry, and I know quite a few that are in the graphic novel range. But how much, like, are you following lots of what's going on, what's out there in the kidlit market? Are you primarily in that sort of middle grade? Like, where's your knowledge base sort of live at this point?
That's a fair question. Yeah, I'd say I am keeping the most tabs on middle grade graphic novels and picture books with a like medium awareness of middle grade prose. Early reader comics, like, yes, fascinated. Like I try to keep up with comics in general.
Is there I mean, I imagine, especially with a 6-year-old, you're probably reading some fun graphic novels to. Was it Robin? Is that what you said the name?
Yes.
You're reading some fun graphic novels to Robin, or potentially he's reading them at this point, depending. But do you have a who's who of list of books that you sort of rely on, or books that you think work well for that age group?
Ooh, yeah. So only child, never sure what like is the norm or the most like universally applicable. But in our household, the mega hits have been Mr. Wolf's Class by Aaron Nelsteinke, like impeccable, great, like story about a classroom of kids, but they're animals, and their teacher, I think it's like third grade, and their like day-to-day adventures where he just like wants to read it over and over and over again. That's one. Another is Chad Sell's Cardboard Kingdom, which, no joke, I think I was reading it to him tonight, and I think this is our 10th straight run through in a row. Like, he is obsessed. It's this like neighborhood summer story where a bunch of kids, like, just out of the blue decide to play this summer long imaginative game together, like coming up with their own like superhero or supervillain personas. And each chapter is about a different one of those kids and like a struggle that they're having or an adventure that they're having. And like he's probably fully got it memorized at this point. It's a real treat. Nidhi Chinani's Shark Princess, like, also delicious. And one of my personal favorites that he also reread a bunch was Expedition Backyard. Rosemary Moscow and Binglan Hu, I think. It was about like Mole and Vol, two animal friends who like accidentally get moved into the big city and meet some other animals. So it's like a little bit of nature knowledge, and the drawings are so cute and good.
So how many of those did he want to read and you bought? And how many of those are ones that you wanted to read and got along with you?
If it were up to him, it would be like half vehicle books and half books about Pompeii and Titanic. So we do mix it up a little bit. It's like, what if we bought these? Yeah.
Pompeii and Titanic. That's an interesting thing for a 6-year-old to be into. Is that like his jam? Is that world?
Kid loves a disaster. Like, we were driving home one time, and he's like, "Mom, tell me about all of the train crashes." All of the train crashes? Yes, all of them. And I found myself on Wikipedia just like, we're skipping New Jersey, it's too close to home. So it was like, I don't know what's going on in there, but he's fascinating.
What?
To answer your question, like these are books that like a lot of them exist in the space, like, you know, because like I'll pick it up for myself or I'll trade it with someone at a con. He'll notice it on the shelf and say, hold on, what's this? We'll flip through a page and he'll go, hang on, let's read it.
Yeah.
So like there's like a piece of discovery there, but also like the access, just like having it as an option, I think, in helps a lot.
Confronted with it, whether he wants it or not, it's there. Yeah.
Yeah. Natural discovery.
I mean, the same I think probably happens in our household, or there's quite. I mean, we have tons and tons of books around here at all times, and I'm sure that there's when he was growing up, he there were probably books that he wanted to read that he didn't get the chance because we had other books on hand. I was actually talking, and this is gonna maybe sound familiar in the coming years, or maybe it already has happened for you, but one of the things that I always thought was very funny is when my kid was in school, in elementary school, I think it was even when he was in kindergarten, that they would let them go take a book out from the library.
Yeah.
And he would come home with these books, and the books would be like everything you want to know about hockey. And like, our kid has no interest in hockey. And he would bring home these books that were like a book on the Patriots. And it's like he'd never seen a football game in his life at that point. And so like, where is this interest level? And all I can figure out, and I had this other teacher mention this to me as well with their kid, but all we can figure out is like, oh, his friend in class went over to that section and pulled the book out there. So he just pulled one out too. And so this idea of like what he wants to read at that point was very much, my theory is there was very much a social thing. It was I'm going to take this book because the other boys are going over to the sports section. And in reality, at home, we have all these like, weird picture books and things that we're trying to introduce to them. Have you seen that at all yet with like bringing home books from school?
Yeah, so it is a mystery, right? Where sometimes he brings it home and he's like, I don't actually want to read it tonight. You're like, why did you? But yeah, like my best guess was like, it seems like the librarians have like a different highlight shelf every time they go in. So he would just be like, this looks interesting and come home with it. Which I think is really fun. And honestly, it was I got a little emotional the first time he picked out a book for himself.
Oh,
like, oh, you're going on a journey. I'm so happy for you. Like maybe they won't all work out, but like getting the sense that you get to make that choice, I think is really lovely.
Yeah. The letting them choose, whether it's, like it's not about the book, it's about the choice.
Right. Like the sense that you're like exploring, right?
Yeah. That's very cute with that setup. The idea of sort of the books side of things, are you constantly out at the bookstore? Are you out at grabbing books at conventions and things of the sort? Like, is your collection ridiculous at this point?
Yeah, I've been thinking I need to go to a convention or like a festival just for fun. Like it feels like it's been too long. But I definitely like, I am like going to the bookstore like a little bit too often. I'm going to the library like extremely often. I just love seeing what's going on. The TBR is too long. Why there's so many books. There's not enough time. The people are geniuses. I don't know. Sometimes I stand in a library, look at all the books, and remember that a person made every single one and feel a little bit overwhelmed.
I don't understand how like bookstores and librarians can know their catalog as well as they do.
Right? Like what are they up to? When do you sleep? I don't know.
Yeah, like my wife I know would love to be probably a librarian, but also it would be the equivalent of like she'd bring home half the library on a regular basis.
Right, where it's like if I worked at Cold Stone, like ice cream, would be my life.
It'd be twice the person you would be normally. Yeah.
Exactly. It's like we're in danger.
That's my like art stores are that way for me.
Mhm.
Like I forget who I was talking to the other day where it's just you end up buying things to like, oh, I'm gonna try this, and you really don't need it.
Yes.
You really could walk away and be absolutely fine without it, but it's so I end up with like duplicates of the same color that I already have, or I end up with something that you know uh, I'm never going to use. Like I bought some alcohol markers at one point, thinking like, oh, this will be fun. I can try those out and use them. I think I tried them out once, and was like, no, not for me. And they're some in some box over here. I'm sure that some student would love to use them, and I probably should give them to that student.
Look for the one who's drawn one too many Sailor's Moon, and you've got your answer.
What Sailor's Moon is that the plural?
You know, Spider's Man, Sailor's Moon.
Yeah. A Sailor's Moon. With yeah, no, there's have you taught at all? Have you done any sort of teaching?
I have taught workshops, but not like in I haven't taught in a college setting. I did, however, I got a master's degree in comic books, thinking like, listen, if I don't end up being able to do this full time, like teaching would be extremely fun. Like I love talking craft, and I think it would be very exciting. But no, why do you ask?
It's one of those ones where like, especially with people who've been in the industry long enough and have a illustrious career at this point. I always think like, oh well, how much are they teaching? Is that something they ever want to do? Some people are great teachers that are not great artists, and there's some people who are great artists that are not great teachers, and vice versa, back and forth. But there's also people who are just amazing at teaching who just have never tried it, and you can see it in their system, the way they think, the way that they sort of approach some of the challenges of relaying information. And when you have that experience of the career that sort of backs up some of the knowledge, oftentimes that makes a good teacher. Like you have stuff to relay, and it's not just theoretical. You have proof. You have examples that you can go like, and this is why it didn't work. Or
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
Won't work. Where did you get the master's in comics?
Yeah. So I saved this until after the child was in bed. Because like it is definitely not a thing you need to do for comics. Like most people don't do this.
Yeah.
But I got a master's in sequential art from SCAD. So I graduated in 2015. And then found myself here.
What were you at the SCAD campus in?
Savannah. Yeah.
Yeah, you were in Savannah. Okay, because I know they have a couple campuses around, and I just don't know which ones do which. Now, did you get to take equestrian stuff while you were there?
No, I did not. But I was so fascinated. Just like, what kind of school is this? What are we doing?
Yeah. I don't 100% know the story of why that is part of the school. I assume it has something to do with like some pre-existing merger between SCAD and a pre-existing something.
Yeah.
But it is a very weird thing, especially when you go on the website. People are like, what are you talking about? No, that's not a thing. And then you go on the website. Yep. There's like equestrian care as a option at SCAD.
Right? No, the story I heard was just like the dean loves horses. That's all I got. It's like, okay.
It's gotta be. There's no way they're going to invest that much money in something like that for just one dean.
You think? I don't know.
But yeah, maybe there's some weird like finance person who just said, yeah, we got some money to spend. Let's put it in horses. With going there for the masters, where did you do your undergrad then? Where was?
So my undergrad was at NYU.
Okay.
and animation was
Oh,
folded into the film department. So technically, I have a film degree.
which is not inherently that different from comics in the sense of like sequence shots, scenes, etc. There's a lot of crossover there.
Exactly.
At least I would assume. That's what I tell my students when they're trying to decide, is they're kind of interconnected. But um, do you still have an interest in animation and like doing it of any sort, or is it sort of like now it plays second fiddle to the other stuff you do?
Yeah, I would say I am an appreciator, and I think I do use what I learned every single day. Like I think I've spent a lot of time thinking about like how the principles of animation and animators' approach to storytelling like is useful for cartoonists to have a grasp of, where like animators communicate drawings through like physical time, cartoonists communicate time through drawings. How do you like make somebody notice something in a split second, or how do you draw somebody's eye across a page? Like it's all interconnected.
Yeah, that was a very smart way of doing that. That's a phrasing that I haven't heard, and I liked it a lot.
Oh, thank you so
I'm
much.
gonna I'm gonna steal it from you, and I'm gonna say it was mine later with other students. No,
Do it.
yeah, no, I can't do that. There are people in the college world who like try to have ownership over ideas of assignments and things of the sort, and it's gross sometimes. Like
Fascinating.
you can't use that assignment because I came up with it, and I understand a little bit of the idea of like if you're going to put in the legwork to build up this assignment, to have someone come and just use it is like pay some respects to it, but it's still like the kid learning something is the important part.
Yeah.
And you said your husband does what, or your partner rather does what does he do again? You said it.
Yeah. So he started in his job as an archivist, although he has
Oh,
pivoted a little bit to a more programming related aspect of that career. So I think like technically the name changed, but I still call him an archivist because it's easier for me personally to
your
conceive.
relay.
Right.
What does archivist mean? Like he taking care of like documents, or what does that entail? Give me a little.
Yeah, so let's say you have a bunch of researchers from all over the world who want to access files and scans. How do you help them find those things the most easily?
Okay.
So like a lot of like what? Metadata, like figuring out how to organize things. I am not an archivist. I'm sure I'm messing one thing up,
Yeah.
but like it is like how do we help people get to this stuff?
Okay. I like the idea of like you're describing it and you're just like, well, it's a real lazy job. They just
It's like I don't even know what you're doing. Thank you.
what I know, they kind of sit around, pick their nose all day, and then they call it a day at 5 o'clock and come home.
Yeah. I'm sure a lot of people think that about me genuinely, where it's like I'm sitting staring out a window, like we'll figure out this story, and that's part of it. I don't know.
Is there? Well, okay. Give me that sort of subject wise. Are there things that there's always this assumption that art is easy, and obviously like this job in the world, and we all just it's a cakewalk for all of it. No, there in the career that you've had, what are some of the things that you've had people think or say about what you do? Like, is there a common trope of like, oh, that must be fun, or like, so do you just draw Superman all day? Like, what are the things that you hear on a regular basis that sort of tell you what people's perception is of the job?
Ooh, it's all sorts, honestly. Like, gosh. Well, there was one time I went in for a doctor's appointment and they were like, "What do you do? Why is your back like this?" And I go, "Well, I draw comics." And they go, "Oh, yeah, that's cool." Like, I'm still trying to get my daughter to read real books. I was like, okay.
Mm.
So there's stuff like that. There's also like, what? Oh, like that's really really interesting. You mean like animation? Like do you work at Pixar? It's like, okay, now I get to like talk to you
Yeah.
about how great books are. But most often it's just like a curiosity where they have seen a graphic novel before and don't quite understand how one might be made. So it's like, oh yeah, so like do you write words? Like let's talk about it.
I was at the dentist this morning, and the lady I mentioned, I forget how we got on the conversation, but I mentioned that I do children's books, and of course it's like, oh, my friend wrote a children's book. Like there's all these, like,
Oh yeah, self pubbies on
yeah,
Amazon. Do you have any connections or tips? Yes.
yeah, those kind of questions. But also, it was this person was a graphic artist, and I was like, what does that mean? Like she didn't know like the terms, and I think she meant this person was a graphic designer, but she may not have. She may have meant something totally different. But it was just like me trying to read between the lines of like uh, what graphic artist meant to her, and of course she's going, well, that must be fun. It's like, yeah, it's fun to a certain point, but at a certain level, it gets, it's not an easy job for everybody.
Right.
Um,
You're also trying to persuade them that you have a job.
yeah, and at the same time, though, she's got her hand in my mouth, you know, digging out, Lord knows what. I don't want to. I don't want to upset her and be like, "You're an idiot, lady." Don't. Hopefully, she's not watching tonight. She's. I know,
Yeah.
yes.
It is kind of fun though, where you get to like figure out other people's like baseline, where it's like, what do
Yeah.
you know? What do I know? Yeah.
Um. So name me a few books or things in your collection that we should all be sort of keen. Like, there's got to be something in your collection right now that is a like no one has heard of yet, or ready to break and become the next big thing that you want us all to hear. That
Ooh,
first.
gosh. Like, okay, so like what am I obsessed with?
Yeah.
Oh no, okay. I'm slowly walking over to my bookshelf like, what do we got going on in here? Um, gosh. Well, first of all, like I'm straight up just obsessed with Jen Wang in general. But like everybody loves Jen Wang, so that's great. If you don't, let's see, I'm bookshelf. Hello. If you have not read a Jen Wang, Jen has done like Stargazing, Prince and the Dressmaker, most recently Ash's Cabin. But like, if I could eat one cartoonist, it would be this person. Where it's just like the way that Jen draws like these characters' feelings in such a like emotive and also like kind like there is like a realism and exaggeration like together that is so hard to pull off, like chomp chomp chomp. And like stories amazing. Let's see, I really really really, let's see, I love, gosh, Jade Armstrong, who has another book coming out in like the next, I want to say year. But Scout is Not a Band Kid is impeccable. Like if you like my books, you'll probably love this. It's about like a kid who joins the school band because the band trip coincides with their favorite like author appearing in the space. So like Scout is not good at music, but is going to figure some stuff out. And the humor is like top notch. It is Canadian and unapologetically so. And like it is
What?
exceptionally fun.
Wait, what does that mean? Is Canadian and unapologetically so?
Like there are little side notes. Oh my god, I found one like let me tell you about like Canada, where it's like I spelled it like this on purpose, hush American readers, and I just think that's so fun.
Oh, okay.
It's like, no, this is not for you. Or like, did you know like color is spelled like this? I'm like, thank you so much, like I appreciate you. So like it is genuinely, it's a treat, it's funny. I think like More people should be reading Jade Armstrong. Scream.
Is there are there things outside of the kidlit realm, like outside of graphic novels, that kind of stuff that you are particular towards at this point, in the sense of, is there like novels or things of the sort that you read, or are you like, I only primarily read picture books at this point, which is
Oh
probably
yeah.
but it's the way.
Yeah, like we all got so much to do. I read a bunch. Like I think the pandemic hit all of us hard. Like my book club had to pivot to novellas because suddenly we could not do it anymore. But I've been like getting back into books over the last few years, like finally, thank goodness. So I've had like a nonfiction run, but right now I just let's see. I finished the most recent Murderbot. Do you know Murderbot?
Yeah, I've heard. I haven't read it, but
It is genuinely delicious. Like a bunch of like novellas, little short guys with some longer ones mixed in between. Just like what if like basically like a robot designed to be security for a bunch of corporations figured out how to overcome the restrictions on its programming and be its own self, but also all it really wants to do is like chill out and watch a dang show. And it gets dragged into lots of ridiculous adventures and learns more about how to be like itself. It is hilarious and very like true to the times, where it's like capitalism is too much and we're all depressed. Perfect, amazing, huge fan. But right now I'm reading the new Anne Leckie. Basically, I love science fiction and fantasy. That is my sweet spot. But I do try to just like grab a piece of whatever and see what's going on.
is there what's the local bookstore that's your haunt then?
Yeah. So I am a friend and fan of Big Red Books in Nyack. It true to form has a large red couch right on the inside that is very cozy, can confirm. Before that, it was the Village Bookstore in Pleasantville, New York, which is right back across the river. I do also go into New York City pretty often. So it's just like I'll grab stuff from like yeah, like Books Are Magic, Books of Wonder, or like wherever we find ourselves.
So this is gonna sound really dumb for a second here from me, but for some reason in my head, for years, Books of Wonder was a only kidlit store. I
Mm-hmm.
learned that it's not. That it's
Oh.
got the books, but I think primarily because my input level of what that store is, it comes from you know Instagram, because I've never been, so it's
Mm-hmm.
always this thing that has existed, and I didn't know, uh, or the stuff that I would see from it would always be kidlit work, and so like hearing that it has other stuff sort of blew my mind the other day, and I don't know how to process it because it's still in my head as this very distinct like kidlit store. Um,
It's so funny because like when I'm there, I make a beeline for the kidlet, so I can't really report back on the
yeah,
rest.
yeah.
I'm just like I know what I'm here for, you know.
My wife and I have been going to book sales at libraries and whatnot, and it's funny when we walk in the door, it's clearly like people are going to, oh, they really love fiction or whatever, and the first thing that we go to is like, let's go find the kids' books,
Yeah.
and it's solely for us. There's no desire to get books for our kid at this point that are picture books. So it is us and a bunch of little kids sitting around flipping through books, basically, at that point. Um, with the access to New York, do you get down to like Society of Illustrators and that kind of stuff periodically, or when you go into New York, is it primarily non-art related at this point? Like, is
Um,
it
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like half and half. Where like a lot of the time I'm like hopping in to catch up with a friend, grab a treat, and real talk, get a haircut. Like, oh my gosh, it's so hard. Like, as a like as a queer person, it's just like if I try to get a haircut here, they'll just be like, "Oh, but that's gonna not gonna be girly enough for you. Like, won't you die?" I'm like, so into the city I go.
What? Wait. You said you're close to New Jersey, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not. It's got a little like Jersey hair vibe going on.
Yeah, it's just like everybody is uh,
Yeah.
we're kind, but it's a journey. I've found people I like, and it gives me an excuse to like see people I like. So
Yeah.
but yeah. So I'll usually like I'll hop in, like drop by a bookstore, a stationery shop, like much like you. I just like to look at a pen.
Yep. Yep. There's
Do a little treat. I'm a sucker for like a tasty snack. So like half pleasure, half like professional curiosity, I would say.
I like the idea that you're saying you're a sucker for a tasty snack. Like there's someone out there that is not. Like there's someone out there like, you know what I want? I want a real dud of a snack. Uh,
I mean, like, listen, I've talked to people who are like, "Oh, sweet, I could never." And it's like,
that is okay. You're right.
okay.
You're right. You're right. I have a nephew who doesn't like sweets, and he should be shunned from the family. That is wrong and in no way okay in my book.
Was he like one of those people where it's like you are acting 80 when you are 2 years old, like that kind of person?
I don't think to that level, but yeah, there was a. He's very mature for his age now, especially like he's in his 20s. But I think part of it is also like the way he was raised. There was lots of like you're only allowed certain amount of sweet things, and
Oh, right.
it sort of tainted his level of understanding of how good a dessert is. But I also am the person who should not be talking because I have desserts. I've had too many desserts in my time, and
Or just enough.
yeah. Oh, that's yeah. Talk to my wife on that one. She will find a way to say that I had too many.
Here to endorse.
Yeah, she's probably right. She's probably right. Probably have had too many. Um, I just realized I have like a huge task ahead of me on this piece.
Oh.
I haven't even put it in. And like, I have so much color in it already. Like I didn't go, I didn't simplify my color palette enough, and now I'm gonna have to fight against it in the end.
Oh my gosh.
We'll
So I've been like so focused on like what I'm drawing that I've forgotten to look up at what you're up to. And like, I guess, do you jump from color to color? Do you try to fill everything like in one color all at once? Like, what is your like direction?
It's all random. It's I sort of like certain things I'm filling in, certain things like right now I'm sort of like, okay, I got to get this cat in, so I just got to get elements of it done. But then it's, oh, if I'm going to make that cat that color, well, then I need to put, like right now I have grays and oranges and yellows for the cats. And now I know, oh, I need to make something up here, but I don't want to do a gray cat. And I don't, so I probably need to do an orangish or like on the red side. And so then I'm bouncing around. And when I have that color wet, sometimes I will go and like, add a little touch to something just to unify it.
Okay.
To balance, basically. So, like, if I have the best way I can say it, I always refer to it as a bookend. That on a bookshelf, if you're going to put a bookend on one side, it makes sense to put a bookend on the other side. And put a little hint of a color somewhere. It's always good to add a second instance of that color somewhere on that piece, just so it's not a lone version of that color.
That makes sense.
And so, like, as I put stuff down, I have to figure out, okay, like if I have this bright pink, I probably need to go back and put some pink somewhere in here, but I need a. The problem is I have to put this kid. I haven't even dealt with the kid, nor have I dealt with the door.
Wow.
All that in, and my goal is to get it done by midnight. And so there's a lot of work ahead of me yet.
You are strong and brave.
We will get there. We will get. It's gonna take time. Um, uh, with all the stuff you do for uh, getting out there and promoting, are you on the road a lot throughout the year?
It depends on the year. Um, like, you know, with Robin being the age he is, like I try to keep it I like balanced, where it's like if I'm doing school visits, I try not to do more than, let's say, like 3 in a month. And for book tour stuff, it's usually like what, 2 weeks tops, right? So
Yeah.
I'm definitely like I'm traveling. I'm out and about more than like a lot of parents I know, but I do my best to like keep a balance. Also, otherwise I would not have time to like make a book, and that would be very sad.
And you never see your kiddo and
Mm-hmm.
other challenges. Like I've done some school readings, but almost all of them have been local. So
Mm-hmm.
a long haul that I have to make. In fact, I think this week on Monday is the furthest that I will have gone from home, and that's like a 2-hour drive. Uh,
Ooh.
I don't go far when I'm there. Um, do now the publisher sends you to a lot of stuff, right? Like festivals and things of the sort.
Yeah, like close to or like around a book. That's when that stuff happens most often.
Okay.
Um, and then yeah, like I'm thinking. Yeah, and then like at other times, like I will happen to be invited, and that is a delicious treat for me personally.
'Cause you get flown there, right? Like you or they pay for travel.
Yeah. Like unless it's something where like I am going to be in the area anyway, or I am excited to attend like as a fan privately or was thinking about it already.
Yeah.
I just like couldn't make it work otherwise. Yeah.
That's the like going to ALA. I wouldn't be going to Chicago if it wasn't for them sending me there.
Exactly. Yeah. Where it's like I would love to attend, but also, oh no, you know.
Yeah. Cost of a hotel, and especially like in the city at that location at that time, it's going to be so crowded with people.
Okay.
I'm not even sure. Like I'm since I'm coming in on Friday, I got nothing that night, and I'm like, okay, I got to make plans for dinner uh, already, and it's not till the end of this month.
Right.
Find people that I can go have foods with of some sort. With with going to those kinds of things, is there something like a particular type of event that you enjoy going to more than others? Like
Ooh.
more exciting than a conference, or is a school visit more exciting than a festival? Where's the love
Oh my.
fall?
Let's see. I feel like they all have different strengths and are wonderful for different reasons. Like the thing that will like I guess like what fill up my cup the most, or like that I look forward to the most, would be like a an independent comics festival. So like Mice outside of Boston, SPX down close to Baltimore. I and like Mocha right around here. The kind of like lower barrier to entry, more handcrafted, like hand stapled, like let's see what people are excited about kinds of events, where like the panels are people talking about a specific niche idea of how to craft a sports comic, instead of just like hey, Asians in comics talk about being Asian. Like it, you
Yeah,
get dig a little bit deeper than that. And it's really, really exciting to just like get a sense of what we're all into.
I imagine, and forgive me for asking this, but I imagine that there's probably a lot of like pressure put on you for your upbringing and your um, queerness and all that kind of stuff in this industry at certain points to be like, hey, be the spokesperson or be the uh, uh, like you must tell the tale of everybody that is of that uh, you know um, background. Like, does that happen? Because I was talking with a Kidlit person at one point, a picture book guy who was from the Middle East, and
Mm-hmm.
he said to me like that he feels so much pressure constantly to like have to portray the like the tale of his people when like in reality he just wants to tell a fun story, but and he does, but there's all this pressure outside of that where it's like be on this panel because of this one thing, or like does that show up at all for you?
Yeah. I think like um how to put this? I am in a very interesting position where I have largely chosen to tell like goofy stories.
Yeah.
um and let's see, how do I put this? I'm like gently placing my words together.
Yeah,
And
no,
I do like,
if I asked an awkward question, please let me know. I just it's one of these things where like I I I don't know, but it's the idea of like being put onto panels. I always feel like people sometimes are thrown on panels.
oh yeah. Oh right, that's an easier place to start, I think. Where it's like it's not awkward so much as like trying to figure out how to say the thought. Where it's like when you are a marginalized person who is working within book publishing tries to think of what they can do to market you, right? Like
Yeah,
what they can do to talk about you. And oftentimes the default is we will talk about this identity you have. So like you find yourself like if for a long time, like what, a decade ago, it was like all the women in comics had to be on the women in comics panel, for example.
oh yeah, exactly.
And like it's, on the one hand, it's great to highlight all the different kinds of people making stuff. But on the other, if that's the only thing you find yourself invited to again and again and again, when all you want to do is talk about the silly thing, or like or like accept that you are that person and then get deeper into what you personally specifically want to do, it can be stifling. And I have been like, I'd say fairly I feel like a lot of people before me have opened doors that have allowed me to tell the stories I do want to tell.
Mm,
I think that those doors should be open for more people.
yeah,
Like those pressures are absolutely still there. Like who feels comfortable like who feels like they are being marketed for what they're making rather than like what they look like.
yeah. That's the like the challenge that I see of and I'm not an expert. I am a uh, admittedly a cisgendered white male, older white male, so I have not experienced uh, any of this in any meaningful manner that I can sort of speak on people's behalf. But I do feel like there is a tendency, or at least there was for a long time, to try to market people based on their identity and not on their content, not
Mm-hmm.
process or their, the books and what they're actually trying to say. And I worry when I see panels at events that are so tailored to that kind of uh, like identity-based content, that it sends the wrong message of sorts. But
Right. Like I think it has to be done thoughtfully.
yeah.
Yeah. Where it's like this and like if you gotta do that, make it fun. I don't know.
Yeah, it's the same thing as the well, she's a woman doctor, and it's like,
Oh.
yeah, why do you have to say it that way? I forget what it was that my wife was telling me a story about today, where like I misheard her, and I got so angry at not at her, but at the story. I think she had said something that was like, they had mentioned some phrase that was so close to like on a podcast, so close to something. I was like, that is not appropriate to say, and it made me angry and like upset. And I'm glad that I had that reaction, but I also it was one of those things where like once I heard that it wasn't that, I was like so pleased that like, okay, I'm glad that I didn't hear what I heard, because it's that same like when someone says like a woman doctor, I'm like, why? Right? It's the same thing happens in Kidlit, where it's like, like, oh, he's an author. He's a children's book author, and sometimes that can be seen as like a negative,
Right.
a negative thing in certain circles. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, it is. Oh, it's like that question where it's like, oh, children's book author. Have you ever thought about like writing a book though?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or like I imagine that happens like you said earlier, in the capacity of being a comic book artist, of the idea of comic books somehow being lesser than a novel, or lesser than whatever whatever that person deems as valuable when it comes to literature. I'm trying to like measure out something here real quick.
Ooh. Oh, look at you with your tools. Ooh.
Yeah. You know what this is? I don't know if I have one of these.
Ruler?
It's not just a ruler, it's a quilting ruler.
Oh, shoot, you're right.
And it's
That's
see-through. So that means like if I need to cut off an inch, I can just line it up like this. I don't know if that's even on screen right now. I can just line it up to the edge, make my cut, and not have to measure or like make marks on things. And I have one up all the way to a 6-inch wide. So if I have to trim off lots.
Oh.
It's
Oh,
just,
you're a smarty.
they're handy, and they're thick too, because I also cut my finger big time when I was in school. And ruined some mat board quite heavily, and ever since then, I don't want to cut anything with a thin edge, and so it makes it a whole lot easier just to trim with a nice thick ruler.
Oh my goodness. You have bled for this passion.
Oh, I did some serious. I took a chunk of my finger off when I was.
No.
Yep.
No.
You say nope? Like,
no.
It was. I had to call an ambulance, and they showed up, and they said, I was like, because I couldn't drive myself to the hospital, and they said, "Do you have that chunk of finger?" And I said, "Yep." And they looked at it and they go, "All right, we're just gonna bandage you up. It'll grow back eventually," and it did. But
did it look the same?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It just I chopped it like a wedge off the tip of my thumb down to like the bone kind of situation. It just, they said bandage it up, it will come back, and so it did. I survived. I'm still alive.
That is a great story. I'm just like visualizing it, and it's causing me pain.
What kind of damages? You said that you have back problems. This is called Mark Hoffmann's Aches and Pains Corner. What are we talking for aches and pains?
Oh my gosh. I just got to do more stretches. It's like just back a little sore at the base sometimes, unless I remember to do my little stretches. Aside from that, no, that's mostly the one. Sometimes I'll wake up with a weird neck crick. That's about it.
But you, like, for the most part, you're like, are you leaning over as you work? Are you a sort of like hunched?
Thinking, yeah, I would say I probably shrimp without realizing it from time to time.
Not expecting the term shrimped, but I know what you mean by it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's something I'm working on. I try to do like little yoga stretches. I try to like take breaks for the hands, do the whole thing. Cause like, oh boy, making a lot of tiny marks over and over, it really does it to you, huh?
Yeah, this is. I mean, I definitely have back problems at this point, but I know that for a fact that tall folks get a little more wear and tear on the back because the arch is worse.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, for me it was also like I was a little taller than everybody else. I like most of the other kids I knew, so I would just like try to hunch over to meet them. And it's like that doesn't help.
With I mean, because you're not using watercolor on a regular basis, are you like when you're working? You said, are you Procreate? Or are you a Cintiq? What are we drawing with for the most part?
Oh yeah, yeah. So I'm half Cintiq, half iPad. So it's like Procreate for thumbnails, but I work largely in Clip Studio for like the finished work.
Okay. With what kind of setup do you have for the Clip Studio? Are you like doing a tilted surface that you work on, or is it something that is I'll draw this on the wrong one, but that's fine. I'll manage it. Uh, are you working like flat on the surface? Are you Cintiq where it's like you know angled up so it's almost the level of a monitor? Where does all
Oh. Right. So like when I'm on the Cintiq, I angle it out like kind of like I'd say like a little bit yeah, right around drafting table like angle, I'd say.
okay?
It's like a little bit healthy.
Yeah,
When I'm on the iPad, I have a sketchboard. It's like have you seen these?
yeah. No, I know where it like goes around the
Yeah, yeah. So like you have more space to like move your arm around.
yeah.
So I'll prop that up so it's not like fully flat or anything.
Do you travel with this stuff? Like do you
Yeah.
so like when you're on planes and stuff like that, you're still working on projects?
Yes. I remember one time I was on my way out of New York to San Diego Comic-Con. On the exact same plane, everybody else in comics apparently was. So I ended up like by like two separate editors I knew, and they were just like, "Wow, you work?" And it's like, "Yeah, it's fine." So like I'll bring the iPad and then like a small portable like metal thing with stand in back, like iPad holder stand. I will carefully, jankily prop that onto the airplane tray and hope nobody moves too much.
Yeah, the person in front of you. That's
Basically, I know it's like when it's like that one guy leaning back, all of a sudden you're like, no, it's fine.
I did try to do some work on a plane at one point on the last trip that I was on by myself. Because like if it's with family, that's where it's like, okay, well, you want to watch a movie, we'll watch a movie or listen to music or whatever. But I decided to make some work on that trip, and it was the person in front of me just would not stop moving, and
Oh,
I'm a big enough guy that I take up enough space in the seat that when that guy was moving, it was like jamming the iPad into me,
oh
and
no.
it was not fun. And so I don't know as that's the prime real estate for me to be able to work from now on. Let's put it that way.
That
Um,
is fair. Like I have had like mixed success there, but like there is something very peaceful about a quiet hotel room for work time where it's like, oh no, there's nothing else to commit to. I guess like draw a thing.
do you with schedule wise? I mean, obviously, if you have to do work on a plane, it's like mapping out. I got to get all this work done at this time in order to meet deadline. But the question I have is sort of as you're working, do you get to a point where you start to like know how many pages you have left in order to accomplish said goal? Like,
Oh,
you do a countdown basically of the pages that you have left to finish?
yeah, yeah. Like let's see. One thing I have found helpful when working on comics is keeping aggressive track of everything. So I'm a spreadsheet baby.
Uh,
I can see it counting down. I color in those little cells. Like I know it's coming.
so it's color, not. This is like probably the most boring thing for people to listen to, but to me it's fascinating. So you color in versus like write in, so you can like visually see it as color blocks of some sort. Then.
Yeah, it's actually both. Where like I will color the cell depending on like stage of completeness, but I'll also add a number so that I can quantify it like in sheets. Where it's like, okay, you're like 50% done. You are 75% done.
Okay, I am not good with Excel, but when we do attendance for the school, um, everybody does it their own way, and I have found that color coding Excel sheets with people's names on it makes it so much easier at the end of the semester
Ooh.
to say, oh, look at how bad they were with attendance or whatever it may be, versus text. And so like it actually, I don't even write stuff in at this point. It's just a color code, and then I just
Yeah.
tell color. Um, very, very boring talk there, an Excel spreadsheet talk.
I
Uh,
love
that
spreadsheets.
are, yeah, who are listening in. Uh, I'm very worried I'm not going to get this done tonight, and I normally get all these done in a single night, and I'm also not happy with the colors on this at all.
Really?
Yeah, oh yeah, it's all over
Like,
the.
oh, okay. So like for you, you're saying like, is it like cohesion you're talking about, or?
Yeah, there's too many colors. I think I should have kept it to like 4 colors max for like variations on, but I got a lot of color in here, and I think it's harming the piece in the sense that um, uh, your eye doesn't sort of stay in one spot, and so it's
Oh,
sort of all over the place.
yeah. So like when you get to that point where like, hang on, like I'm halfway through and I don't like this, what do you do? What are
Uh,
you going to do?
I'm gonna keep working on it and see if I can get it to a location that or to a spot that's okay. But most of the time, it's fight through it and hopefully land in a spot that I like. If not, then I have to potentially start anew, either a new piece or scrap it, which sometimes
Mm-hmm.
um, there's not a ton of wiggle room to play and get you know to go back and edit, especially with something like this because of the method of making.
Yeah, I think that's like what intimidates me about it. I'm fascinated.
Yeah, no, it's I like the challenge, but it takes like every once in a while there's a piece that just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part, there's some threshold, and I don't know if this probably must relate, where like when you start a piece, you're like excited about it, and then you go through a moment where you're like, oh, this isn't working,
Oh,
and you go through a moment where it is working, and then you go through a moment where it isn't working again, and that back and forth, and you try to end on a spot where it is working, but I'm just sort of at this moment right now where it's neither here nor there, and eventually it will become what it needs to become.
yeah.
Uh,
Somebody I like called it, it said that everything has an ugly baby phase, and that really stuck with me.
yeah, no, this is definitely in its this is in its ugly teen phase.
Oh no, hang in there.
It's got some acne. It's got I'm trying to think of all the things that a ugly teen would have. Um, not that
A judgmental expression.
what?
A judgmental expression.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I didn't mean to make it so saying that teens who have acne are ugly, but there is a awkward stage, and it is definitely in that awkward stage.
Oh, been there. For me, it's like the tiny glasses, like, boop, there we go. But oh my goodness. No, I fully believe this is like it is going to look gorgeous to you. It looks gorgeous to me already.
Yeah, we'll get there.
Yeah.
I think part of it is I need to get a lot of other stuff down on this page for it to make sense and start to connect. Like I need it. I haven't put in the human yet, which needs.
Right.
Uh,
It's like satisfying.
let's do that now. Let's go put a human in, and they're gonna be in here. I'm still like looking at my sketch a little bit to figure out like can I get them to fit?
Oh, that's so cool.
How much space do I have, and what colors can I use, and all that fun stuff. How much editing do you do with the work once you've made it? Like, obviously the art director is going to give you lots of notes saying, hey, you need to change this, that, and the other. But when you're making the piece, is there lots of editing? Is there lots of sort of attempts to make things work? Or is it sort of a one-off and then see what they say And when I say editing, meaning like adjusting lines and that kind of thing, not like big story plot adjustment.
Uh, I think it depends on like what I'm working on. Where if it's a character with like one big beautiful like sparkly eye situation, I'm fine. It's good. We got this. But if I'm like figuring out something a little bit more complicated, like there are times when I just like I have to like redo the underdrawing. I have to like go back and figure out why this feels bad. And that'll happen a lot with stuff that I feel like is very important to me for some reason. Like a pivotal moment is just like I want to nail that pose, let's say.
I
Um,
have to ask you
mhm.
a technical question here, and this
Yeah.
will show my age big time. When I was in comics classes back in the day, if you made some mistake and you needed to change it, what we would do is we go to Kinko's and you would take your panel that you needed to change and you would cut it out and you'd adhere it to a new page and you'd use invisible tape and you would copy it. And so you got a nice new black and white image with it in a different location and then
Yeah.
disappear. And so there was lots of like chopping and slashing and dicing what you had done. And that idea of like the individual panel was independent from the page, essentially. So you could draw all your panels separate and then piece them together in the end. And
Right.
okay, now that you are in a digital world, when you have to restart, are you just restarting the singular panel, or are you restarting the page as a whole, or is it a combo thereof?
Oh Lord. If we're talking digital, usually what I'll do is make a copy of let's see. Depending on where I am in the process, I will either make a duplicate of the file or just add a new layer and mask out the old thing.
Yeah.
Like I'm keeping what I did before just in case it turns out the new one is even worse for some reason.
Okay.
But no, I'm not redoing the whole page unless I absolutely have to. Like it's like the digital version of like pasting a new thing in for sure.
I had a piece that I saved in my portfolio when I got out of school, and this is going to sound so dumb to people when they hear what I did. Um, the It was my first illustration gig, and it was an editorial piece that I did for um, D Magazine, which is Detroit. No, I'm sorry, not Detroit. Dallas's like their sort of local newspaper-based magazine, and it was this tiny little illustration that was going to be probably like a 2x2 in the finished production, and I drew it. Had to be 18 by 24 inks, and I was going to digitally color it. And the equivalent of, and I'm going to draw this on the here for a second. The equivalent of, let's say this is my lines that I drew, and I needed to do these crossbars, and I needed to do crossbars on this section,
Yeah.
but one of them just went barely outside, like that,
Oh no.
right?
Hmm.
Now, I was going to digitally fill in all the color where I needed it, etc. And I could have very easily in Photoshop just clipped that off. But stupid old me did not, and I redid the entire illustration, inks for the thing at that scale, this 18 by 24 or whatever,
Oh no.
put in the same illustration, same line work, like matched it to a T. I know I did it on a light box of some sort to make it easier on myself, but I could have just Photoshopped out that thing. And for some reason, I decided that was not okay and redid the entirety of it. And so I show my students now this piece and go like, don't be dumb. Like, cut corners when you can cut corners, and don't go to the trouble of drawing your entire illustration twice. It was so dumb, and I still have them just as for that example to be able to tell my students, like, don't be an idiot like I was. It's not that exciting of a story, especially if you don't have the original, but the students all look at me like, you're such an idiot. And I was a very big dum-dum at the time.
But at the same time, like, I get it though. Like, you wanted to see it through, right?
Yeah, well, there was a like I wanted to see it be exactly the way it was in my head as a beautiful ink job, and
Yes.
it wasn't necessary to go to that level though.
No, like I've definitely had those experiences though. Like, there was a babysitter's page. Like, I was really proud of it. Like, it was this gorgeous, like, full page thing. Like, I put so much time into it. I loved it so much. And then, like, as I was almost done, I fully dropped my brush right in the center.
Uh,
Like, splat. It was like in a way that would have been fixable in Photoshop, where it's just like, but I want to have like the actual page. And so, like, I tore the old one and started the fresh one. I posted pictures online, and my editor like messaged me like crying emojis. I'm like, I'm sorry.
yeah, the you especially with ink, I imagine your whiteout has come in handy, but like the smear, I end up, and it's probably visible on screen here, but like the amount of paint that's on the back of my hand by the
Oh
end of
yeah.
always a bit egregious, and it's again not the end of the world, but every once in a while I'll just make this big smudge, and it's a nightmare to have to sit there and like I just can't let stuff be. I have to go back and tweak it, and like Photoshop is lovely, but only to a certain point.
Yeah.
By hand, by me, in order for that to make sense, or it needs to be a pure, crisp version of it in the end, and no one cares but me. How pure it is. Do you sell any of the originals that you do? That
Yeah.
went from like a really like kind of quiet statement to all of a sudden like, do you sell stuff?
Like, do you sell stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I used to run a web shop and then started to feel like super busy, so like it's closed. But if anybody ever like cares to purchase an original babysitters, they're absolutely available. But yeah, like I made them with the thought like I would like to have this for somebody to hold in their hands one day if that is something they're interested in, for
Yeah.
sure.
Well, that's all the more reason for it to be like special, or that you take the time to, you know, do the work to make it clean and crisp.
Exactly.
Can't just let it can't just let it sort of falter because someone might want to own that piece in the end.
Yeah.
Um,
It's like there's a reason.
do you sell quite a few of them, or is it like, over the time, have you sold a lot of originals?
Not like a ton, because like if you think about it, my audience is 8 to 12-year-olds.
True.
But like I have had some people just like say I'm gonna get this special thing, and it clearly means a lot to them. And so I think like that is wonderful, and I'm glad to have like made those. And also it's just like it's really fun to work traditionally, you know?
Is there I imagine that when you do sell them, it's like a single, like, here's a page and done. But are there people that have bought like crazy amounts ever? Like, I want to buy 10 pages at once, or was it like a more subdued purchase?
More chill, yeah. Like usually it'll be like, I would really love this double page spread, actually. Like, give me those two that go together,
Yeah.
which is lovely.
I have a dear friend who um, owns a comic book shop, and he has tons and tons of artwork. And I know that he's probably bought like an entire comic's worth of artwork on a single piece, or a single comic rather,
Heck yeah.
at some point, because he can, and it's like in his wheelhouse to do that kind of thing. Do you own a lot of original art?
Yeah. The only like the biggest problem with that is truly like remembering that you will have to find a frame for it eventually. Like that's suffering. But yeah, like we have some real treasures. Where it's like I'll pick you up for a second. Right there. Oh, flippies. Like, so that is pencils from Rosemary Valero O'Connell. And, let's see, Laura Dean Keeps Breaking Up with Me,
Hmm.
which is like absolutely gorgeous, like young adult work. Like it is so luxurious. And then over here is my pride and joy. Do you know who these people are?
Hold on a second. It's got a delay. I'm waiting for it to pop up on my my iPad here. Do I know who those people are? I mean, that's a Yu-Gi-Oh. So
Yeah. So this was a
there.
commission. I said, Chris Somney, you drew many beautiful Daredevil comics, but all I really want from you is a Yu-Gi-Oh. And it brings me joy every single day.
Is what? Why is Yu-Gi-Oh the one? There's like so many uh graphic novel or mangas. What is it about Yu-Gi-Oh that is the draw for you?
That's the question, isn't it? I think part of it genuinely is probably right time, right place. Like I was 13 and there was this kid with like um who loved to play games and really just wanted a friend and ended up saving the whole world. And it's like, oh, that's amazing. Um, but for real, how do I? Yeah, I think that's part of it.
Yeah. Up your
Another.
love. Yeah. That's it. Sum up your love of Yu-Gi-Oh.
I know it's just it's compelling. Like you like over the course of the series, like you really get number one, like a sense for each of these characters, like who they are, what they truly want. Like they all have something driving them. They all care very deeply about each other and fight for each other in like very much like a superhero kind of fashion. But also the way the story was made is so fascinating. Like it did not start off as a card game story. The creator was just obsessed with games in general. So he came up with a vehicle that would let him do that. Like this kid who gets a spirit attached to him, and like the spirit is real good at games, so like fights bad guys by like challenging them to different like made up games. Where it's like fake Dungeons and Dragons or fake dice game or what have you. And one of those was a card game that ended up becoming really popular with everybody. And so he pivoted to that. But like you can see that fascination for like game design and gameplay like threaded throughout this very um like progressive, like how are we going to raise the stakes kind of like kid action story.
So wait, you're telling me there is like Yu-Gi-Oh other things out there besides just the card game?
Yeah, where it's like he also like invented a game where you roll different dice that unfold to lie on a path so that your little character moves forward.
Interesting. Okay.
Right? Like he was thinking really hard about this stuff.
He's doing a lot more like it's like more adult type um like gameplay elements, even though it's how do I'm trying to figure out how I can say this in a effective manner. It feels like much more thoughtful game, and then use so history wise, because I don't know this, you're saying that he had to like sort of play into the card thing just because it was popular or it took off in some manner.
Yeah. So it was serialized chapter by chapter in a magazine. And how that worked at the time, and I think still does to this day, is the magazine would hear from the readers, and they would determine what would keep running.
Oh,
What's popular? What are the people into? Who are the favorite characters? Okay, great. Now we have a direction.
interesting.
So yeah. So he was like kind of like figuring stuff out for a while, and then hit on this card game thing that started to inform the direction of the story.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, that's totally not what I'm used to. My son is really big into One Piece, and it has like big serial. And I know that he's read some or like at least watched some Yu-Gi-Oh odds and ends, and I think he had some cards at one point, but I don't know
Yeah.
how thoroughly he enjoyed it because he had other Like he was Pokemon more so than anything, or what?
Fair. Magic the Gathering.
Magic the Gathering. I don't know if he's done Magic the Gathering. He's a big D&D kid.
I see it. I see it. All right, fantastic.
Yeah, he is. He is a dungeon master for all of his friends.
Oh, that's the best.
Yeah, no, he's in like I don't even know how many campaigns he is always running at a time, but he really got into it. I will say that's one thing you can look forward to with middle school. Probably is like the clubs. They upgrade from just sort of like uh, chess club to these really fun, sort of inventive ones. And D&D was one of those choices, and so he has taken a deep dive into it.
I love that. Where it's like you really get to indulge like both gaming and like this like collaborative creativity, right?
Yeah, I mean he's also in a board game club.
Oh, fun! Oh my gosh.
I know this is you're in for it at some point if your kid. I'm assuming that most schools have a D&D club at this point, or have a Pokemon club, or have those kinds of things.
Yeah, if not that, then the library. I think like our library just started a like hey kids, did you know you can play D&D with us? Like that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's where he wrapped up his last campaign for the year at the library,
Oh,
and it's pretty slick. I love the idea of it, that he gets to do that on a regular basis, and the guy who runs it at the library is very nice to them all and help sort of organize and whatnot. And so at some point you're going to have that 6-year-old is going to be doing all that, and then you're going to learn the real lesson, which is you're just a chauffeur for a kid.
I've heard the rumors. Say it ain't so.
Yeah, that's my life nowadays, is driving people around for the most part.
Oh my gosh, the number of sports horror stories I've heard.
Oh, for like kids getting injured?
Oh no, just like parents doing full like early wake up shuttle here, shuttle there, and like
Yeah.
oh, no, yeah.
No, that is part of it. It's the amount of like you want them to be engaged with that kind of stuff, make friends and whatnot, but you gotta go to events and participate in a way that potentially you're not super keen on at all times.
I know the enrichments. Oh my goodness, I've just been getting used to like talking to people at kids' birthday parties. Frankly,
do you do you have relationships with folks from the school, in particular, like his friends in school, or is it sort of he's at an age where his friends are your friends' kids?
yeah. I think it's like we're at the age where like if getting invited to a party, everybody is, so we're just kind of like casually networked like with the group of parents, which is nice, but also like I'm like kind of feeling my way towards like, okay, like I feel like a few of you like I might connect with on a deeper level. We're gonna figure this out,
I will say that is the hard part that I found was, you have your kids' friends, but you like, they have their friends from school, and you're like, hey, we'll have them over and we'll have their parent over so they can play or have a play date or whatever it is. And then you find out that like their parent is very opposite of the people you would normally hang out with.
Yes, it's like, all right, I know we have something in common. Oh god, yeah.
There was a time where my son, when he was in, it may have been kindergarten, honestly, that there was this kid that we found out lived just down the street, and we're like, oh, we should have him and his mom over, and then we can make a little play date and whatnot. And his mom came over, and my wife and I at the time must have been, I don't know, early 40s, and the kid and his mom came over, and his mom was 19.
Oh.
20 maybe.
Wow.
But she obviously had a kid when she was very, very young, which I'm not judging her on that of any sort, but it was a clear challenge for us to relate because such a different age range. Like, she was the age of the students that I was teaching at college.
Right. Oh, at least you had that point of connection though.
Yeah, I could be like, are you into Yu-Gi-Oh?
Yeah.
Right. Pokemon? How many Taylor Swift songs have you heard? I can get in
You an Eris girly?
Yeah, I could relate in some sense, but it was sort of shocking that like at that age range there is such a difference in um, what the parents can be. Like they there's the old parents, the young parents, the all over the place, and trying to like manage that or figure that out was very strange to us at the time. So
Oh,
uh,
absolutely. Yeah. It's been like a like how do you find your community kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah, is 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 he Robin, right? Is that the
Hmm.
name?
Yeah, yeah.
Is Robin like friendly with all the kids in school at this point, or
I say so. Yeah, yeah. Where it's like it's easy for them to like fall into a game with each other.
yeah. They're
Yeah.
like they're playing with each other, not playing alone. That sort of
Yeah, yeah. Like they figured it out.
yeah.
Which
They figured out how to be friends at that point. I'm trying to figure out the color I want for this kid's hair.
yeah. Oh my, you tricked and trapped me. I've been having so much fun. I forgot to look at the time.
Yeah, no, it's we got 20 minutes
Oh,
left.
wow. Oh my goodness. If you can, I can too.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm gonna go till the end probably to try to get this at least somewhat wrapped up. Um, do you have to get up early in the morning? Do you have to get up at 5 and give your kid a fist bump like I do?
What I like to do is not 5, but like 6:30 so that I can shower before like the madness of the day starts,
Mm, mm.
which is fun and chill.
We are having our deck and porch redone,
Ooh.
but it means I have to get up every morning and get our dogs to daycare. Um,
Oh,
before,
doggy daycare.
oh, I don't. Do you have pets, right?
Oh yes. So first of all, you have dogs?
I have dogs. like, so first of all, let's solve this part of the equation first. Yes, I have two little dogs. I have a a chug, a Chihuahua pug mix, and then I have a Chihuahua Dachshund mix, basically. And so they're two little yippy, fun dogs, but they are chaos sometimes.
Oh my goodness. And they kind of get along.
Yeah, there's times where they fight, but for the most part, they get along. At daycare, they definitely hang with each other of sorts. So it's, they send us pictures at the end of the day.
Oh,
Here's what they did, and they're always sort of cuddled up with each other. And so it's very cute to pick up on those
that
later on.
is adorable. Oh no, I
Do you
love
have,
them.
do you have dogs? Or?
Oh, but I love them. We don't have dogs, but we do have pets. We have many. Okay, we have 2 rabbits, 4 frogs, a number of frogs, fish, shrimp, big fluffy cat.
Did you just say shrimp?
Yeah, not like you're gonna eat these shrimp, but like the little tiny blue guys.
Like, but bigger than like sea monkeys.
Yeah, yeah, like you can see the shrimp shape. And if you put like a food into the tank, they all like go in like and it's cute.
Interesting. Okay. I've never known that to be a go-to pet, but
Neither had I. That is Pat.
I forget where my wife heard this, but there was someone. Oh, my son used to make magnets for people for their pets.
Oh yeah.
Someone, and I don't know who, wanted a magnet of their pet made, and it was a leech. They had a pet.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly. One of those ones where you're like, all right, I didn't know that was a thing, but they had one, and like I don't know what it entailed. I don't know how they managed a pet leech, but they had one, and so like I put a shrimp in that sort of not quite the same category though.
Huh. I'm just like with leashes, it's like, and do they cuddle?
Yeah, no, they don't. But do the shrimp cuddle?
The shrimp do not cuddle. They are fun to observe, which I assume is also the case with leech.
Yeah.
You're just like I do have a preconception of leech
They will.
that is disturbing.
cuddle you, but they're going to keep cuddling you, and it's hard to get them to stop cuddling you because they're stuck to you.
They love you so much, yeah.
Yeah, they cuddle your blood. That's what they.
Mm.
Uh, okay, so what are the names of all the pets, though? You got to give me those.
Okay, so the rabbits are Penny and Cloud. The
Okay.
cat is Misty, which is short for Artemis. Very elegant, very demure. Shrimps, no names. Some of the frogs have names. Oh yeah, kiwi, lime, pear, and apple.
Kiwi.
Um,
Oh.
get it? And then our child is
Wait,
Rob.
wait, wait. Do I get? I don't know if I'm getting what I'm supposed to be getting. Is there something I'm supposed to be getting with that?
Oh, they're all just fruit.
Oh, okay. I thought it was gonna be some like weird, like, oh, it's. Did you ever see Shrek 2? I thought it was gonna, I'm not.
I
Don't get it.
genuinely like you have correctly assessed me. Like I wouldn't be surprised, but no,
Yeah.
it's just fruits.
Okay. Okay. I did get that they were just fruits. I was going for some really deep meaning there for a second.
I'm not deep. I'm not a deep.
Um. Wait, what was? I'm sorry. That was the fruit, and then there was one other. Was there another one after that?
Oh gosh, there's probably something I'm missing. We'll get there eventually. Let's
And
see.
how many of them came from you, and how many of them came from your partner?
Yeah, so basically if they're less cuddly, they are past purview. Like I was definitely the instigator for the rabbits,
Okay,
and I was very pro cat.
that's my wife and I. She pointed out to me today that because our dogs that were at daycare last night, all night they boarded because we have the work going on with the deck, and they weren't going to be done in time for me to go get the dogs from daycare. And she pointed out to me that I was very loving to the cats when the dogs were not home.
Oh.
She was like, "Oh, so you essentially a fair weather fan." Uh,
And any cuddle in a storm.
yeah, exactly. And like, I love my cats, but I am definitely a dog person. True and true. It's hard for me to separate out the like just having a dog that um, you know wags their tail and jumps on me when they see me is well worth it every single time. So I'm trying to figure out how to manage a color here. I'm getting there. I'm getting
Ooh.
close. I'm getting close. There's movement being had.
Yes. It's coming together. You just gotta believe.
It's still super chaotic. I may have to do a lot of digital work in the end to try to like even it out so it's not so.
Oh. Is it the kind of thing where it's like add one of those glaze layers or
Yeah, it's I need to essentially like take the colors and mute them down a little bit across the board so there's more of a unifying palette to everything. And so it'll probably be a heavy lift of Photoshop, which I'm not against, but it'd be nice if I didn't have to do that. But it's okay.
I feel that. Yeah. I feel like I love color. Like I respect it, and also coloring things is not like the theory of it. It's not my instinct. Like it is a struggle.
It's one of those ones where like when I hear people have a colorist like that, I'm like, oh, that is so out of my realm because the color is my thing. I love color, and so I don't know if I could hand that off to someone and be okay with it in the end. Like I feel like I would be too nitpicky. They'd send it back, and I'd be like, no, you did it wrong.
That's not what I envisioned. Like
Yeah.
yeah. No, I get that though. Where it's like I love every colorist I've worked with. And it still takes work to turn off the part of your brain that's like, I had an expectation and this is different. Where it's just like as you're making something, I think you kind of do have like an idea of it in the back of your mind.
Yeah. I mean, I assume at this point you kind of know, especially with something like the Babysitters Club, you know the color palette for the most part that's coming back on that, right?
Oh, for sure. Like it is the babysitter style. Yeah.
I mean, it's like Raoul with the Vamos books.
Yes.
wife doing the color, like uh, I imagine that they can't go too far afield without getting some sort of pushback of that is not the look of said uh, world that he has built. Uh,
Right, right. Yeah, it's like you've created this space for yourself. Yeah.
you know Raoul, right?
Yeah, yeah. Wonderful human being, incredible creator, huge fan. Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's lovely. He's
Mhm.
he is not that far from here. This is, I mean,
That's great.
the Silver Unicorn. That's my haunt. That's the bookstore of choice for me.
You
And
are
so,
so lucky. Oh my goodness.
yeah, Paul is wonderful, and
Yeah.
I can't. That festival alone is worth every penny. If people have never been to it, if there's people that are in the area, even in the New England area, just so you know, it is the uh, Kids Graphic Novel Festival at the Acton, Mass, and it's the Silver Unicorn is the book that puts it on, or the bookstore that puts it on. But you were there at the first year, right?
I
Which
was.
3 or 4 years ago,
Yeah, yeah.
and it has grown.
It
Uh,
really has. Like even like even from the first year though, like you could tell how much thought they put into like bringing the community in, and just like you don't always see that. It was really special.
no, he's someone. The thing that I always appreciate is he works at the high school and gets like high school kids to essentially run the store, and so that he puts a lot of ownership on them. There was someone he was telling me at one point there was a he was at some bookstore I don't know conference, I don't know what it was he was at,
Mhm.
and someone said to him like, well, if you're here, who's did you shut the store down? And he's like, no, I just my employers are doing it. Like, but don't you work with high school kids? And he's like, yeah. And they were mesmerized by the fact that he would let a bunch of high schoolers essentially run the store while he was away, and I appreciate the fact that he like gives them so much ownership over what's essentially a part-time job for them. But with
Yeah, it's like especially at that age, just like the idea of being like trusted can have so much impact
oh
to.
yeah, yeah. Do you with the bookstore that are sort of local to you? Do you end up spending quite a bit of time going to those like on a regular basis, or is it sort of every once in a blue moon that you hop out there?
Yeah, yeah. It's like um I'd say not as often as I would like, but as often as I am able.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, yeah. Like I am definitely a like I would like to be there all day, thank you.
Do they know you by name?
Yeah, yeah, which is very sweet. And I'm just like, I love getting to be like, hello, my friend, you know me. Like, please tell me like a book that my child would absolutely love, and like because we have this connection, like, we get to do like I get great book recs, and I also get to check in on people I genuinely like. It's nice.
How is the artist community out where you are? Like, is there? I don't know enough about the specific area that you're in, but is there a large cohort of kidlit folks without
Uh,
having to
mhm.
meet specifically?
Yeah, yeah. So I'm still figuring that part out because we moved here like in pandemic. But like there is a pretty big number one like SEBWI has a Westchester chapter and that's not too far from here.
Okay.
So it's like a reasonable number of like the kidlit folk. But I'll also say like for whatever reason half of comics just exist in Brooklyn. So I have a lot of friends like a train ride away.
Mm. Did you? I don't know how much you follow picture books, but did you see? Do you know who Jane Yolen is?
I just saw that before getting on. Yeah.
Yeah, that sort of caught me off guard today, seeing that she had passed.
I know. I had to like sit down with a full feeling. Like she was just at the Chappaqua Festival, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, she's
Oh.
a known entity in this industry for it's one of those ones where like yeah, she's been keynote speaker at all these things. She's had so many books and just sort of
Yeah.
caught me off guard hearing that she had passed. I think today or yesterday, something of the sort. But
Yeah.
oh, I see. Sophie Loves Crafts question: what were your drawings like when you were 11? That's a yeah. What? Okay, so let's go back in time and tell me because we got 7 minutes.
Let's do it.
And we have enough time to do this one question here.
Mhm.
Really. What were you drawing when you were 11? I mean, obviously, like, or I shouldn't say what were you drawing, but what were your drawings like? Like,
Yeah.
did you have known skill at that point?
Um, I had known passion. Was I good? Not necessarily, but I really liked it and I did it a lot. And that goes a long way. I'll also say I I say I wasn't that great looking back, but I loved what I was working on. And like people said nice things, and that also goes a long way. When I was 11, let's see, I mentioned that I was really inspired by Garfield. I was also like starting to watch stuff like Pokemon and Sailor Moon. And so what happens when you do that is like you start off as a kid drawing a lot of cartoons that look like this, where it's like you have stolen Garfield's eyes, and then like you're just like figuring the rest out, right? Where it's like, whatever. So there's like a little guy. But then like when I was 11, because I was taking in different media, the Garfield eyes just like moved to either side. So I had like a little guy who looked like that instead. So I was drawing like stuff that looked a lot like that. And then like their hair would kind of like swoop down to either side because like it was the late 90s. So like, yeah, middle school, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, basically when I was 12 was when we moved back to the States. And I remember my sister and I befriended our like new next door neighbors by basically saying like, hey, we like Digimon, you too? They said yes. And then we found ourselves like playing outside after school every day, like coming up with imaginary Sailor Moon style adventures. And I would draw like cartoons about those like characters we made up. Like I would go home and draw comics inspired by what we were doing. And they would look a lot like that. So it was just like a little superhero person with like the eyes like this, and they'd be like, wow, ice blast. And then like I had like the mitten hands because no way did I want to think about that. And they had like cool like magic belts that gave them transformation powers, and like the ice blast looked like that. And I put like a lot of like shading energy into it to like feel special, which I thought was very fun. Where it's like, okay. And then they had like cool spec here. But so it's like, and then I would draw the balloon first and then realize I had to write the words inside it and be like, oh no. And then like draw the little like line to like connect it to the neck. Ice blast. Okay, exclamation point. And it'd be like, so like that's kind of what I was working with at 11.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like I'm gonna try to draw what I used to draw a lot of. I used to draw. I was big into when I was 11. I was into comics.
Yeah.
I was into like superhero comics, and in particular, I was into Valiant comics,
Ooh, nice.
which is like Exo Manowar and Bloodshot and Magnus the Robot Fighter. And I used to draw arms. There were these big, beefy arms, and I didn't know how to draw hands all that well. So what I would do is I would draw a thumb, and then it would be this like zigzag hand like this, and that was about it. And so I would draw like a few little knuckles, and then it was lots of like veiny arms.
Yes. Oh my gosh, the
Like,
veins. I had like yes.
or it would be that same like hand. So it's this thing, and then it would come up, and it would then pouch out to like forearm. So these like massive forearms on people, and lots of hidden feet. Everybody behind a mound of grass.
Oh yeah, or just like off the edge of the paper, like absolutely not.
It was lots of that, and then there was like Rob Liefeld. I don't know if you know.
Oh
Rob.
yes, we love pouches in this house. Absolutely.
Yeah. And so it was a lot of drawing of pouches and cool things on people of sorts. I'm trying to think if there was anybody like or any other things that were like go to drawing things that I would always. Oh, and I think I mentioned on one of the episodes, I drew a lot of Looney Tunes.
Oh, I love that.
It was because the Tiny Toons was out at the time.
Oh, they're tiny, they're toony, absolutely.
They're absolutely loony.
Yeah, no, I
They're,
had a
they're,
period where I drew like only realistic eyeballs and just like over and over again. Just like little veins, like shading the iris, like feel proud of myself. And I just wonder like what were my parents thinking during that time? Was just like eyeball after eyeball? I don't know.
I'm trying to think of all the like. I think I tried to draw Donald Duck quite a bit because of what was it? DuckTales.
Oh, woo, yeah.
All the Disney afternoon stuff was sort of my cup of tea for the most part, and so I was doing a lot of drawing from that kind of stuff on a regular basis.
It's really
But
fun, but also Donald Duck is so hard to draw.
I don't draw them at all anymore.
Oh my gosh, absolutely impossible. Just like when you give me a beak and say like figure this out, I like lose my mind. I don't know how like how the European cartoonists are doing it right now.
With is there a cartoon? Oh, we're gonna be cut off in like 1 minute.
Ah, oh, that's so funny. It's been such a pleasure. Oh my gosh.
Okay, yeah. I'm basically done drawing this, and so I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put one last little
Wow.
stripes on that. But I got the kid in there. I got all the cats in there where they're supposed to be.
It's
Roughly.
what did I do?
So,
Oh, here we go. I did an Ollie from Fresh Start. I made like a little babysitters club hangout in like a carnival. I don't know. It's fine. We're having fun. But like that came out so beautifully. I don't know. I love
those
it.
are wonderful.
Yay, we did it! Oh my gosh.